never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Get that party started. Welcome in, welcome. Everybody jump on board as we roll into a Thursday. All right, so, yeah, before you know it, we'll be talking weekend approaching. We'll also be talking wrapping up the month of July. Here we are into the 29th. Got 31 days in the month, so, yeah, we'll be into August. First time we come back, wrapping up the weekend. Yeah, summer's kind of flying by, isn't it? Yeah, so, hey, by the way, tonight this is the peak night of our meteor shower this week. In the Eastern time zone, according to AccuWeather, right about now is probably the best time to be out looking toward the heavens. It's not like a major shower. It's actually a combination of two that produce a handful of meteors each, but yeah, maybe 15 or 20 per hour, according to the American Meteor Society. Reason they're saying the midnight hour would be probably the best time because the moon begins to rise right about now. And as the moon continues to make its way up into the heavens above, it's going to be about 75% full this morning. So yeah, a lot of the moonlight's going to wash out some of the dimmer meteors. But they do tell us this particular, there's one, the Alpha Capricornids. They only produce a handful per hour, but some of them will really stand out. Big, bright fireballs that we could see. That'll be going on throughout the overnight hours. You ain't going to see much as far as meteors in Wisconsin and northern Illinois because, yeah, we've been talking about it for several days now. and things are beginning to really ramp up. Overnight tonight, I think it's going to be a very active pattern as far as severe thunderstorms are concerned, and we've seen just dozens and dozens of severe thunderstorm warnings, even about a half dozen, little over that, tornado warnings through parts of eastern Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. Haven't seen any tornado warnings in the last couple of hours, but that will be a possibility through the overnight hours. What we are seeing is areas where these storms are rolling through, they are moving between 40 and 60 miles per hour. The latest warning that just popped in out of the Twin Cities Weather Service office. This is, one county in southeastern Minnesota, then several counties in west central Wisconsin. And we're talking 70 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail. This particular cell moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. They're beginning to pick up that forward speed, the momentum. As the overnight hours progress, we'll probably be seeing winds in some of these cells exceeding 70, 80 miles per hour. Yeah, they're talking this system could actually see some peak winds approaching 100 miles per hour as we roll into the overnight hours into Thursday morning. So a particularly dangerous situation. There were severe thunderstorm watches issued for most of Wisconsin late Wednesday afternoon as these storms first began to fire, as obviously they could have damaging winds, very large hail, a possibility as well. And the word derecho has been used. Yeah, the risk for a derecho amid the approaching severe weather outbreak. Now, these rounds of severe thunderstorms all being set up with the northward bulge in the jet stream. We've also talked about that the last several nights. Yeah, now overnight tonight, Wednesday night into early Thursday, this is where the conditions are going to pose the biggest threat of a derecho. As the storms are growing skyward, approaching the fast-moving air up in the atmosphere, beginning to roll rapidly south and southeast here during the overnight hours. We've talked about it several times, but as we know, areas from Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Eau Claire, La Crosse, Madison, Wisconsin, these storms are making a beeline toward Madison. Probably a couple of hours they'll be there. Dubuque, Iowa, Chicago, and Rockford, Illinois, South Bend into Fort Wayne, Indiana. Detroit, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Michigan could see some of this as well, as far east as Toledo, Ohio. The timing for the worst storms in the Milwaukee and Chicago areas. Chicago forecast we're highlighting between, say, midnight and 4 a.m. They're approaching. Nastiest storms may not reach areas in southern Michigan and northern Indiana until maybe the early morning hours here Thursday morning. These storms are going to be approaching, moving 40 to 60 miles per hour, so rapidly changing weather conditions. Possibility of overturned trucks, obviously mobile homes, blinding torrential rains. Central and southern Wisconsin, northeastern Iowa, northern Illinois, as well as northern Indiana, northwest Ohio, at the peak risk for winds gusting to hurricane force. Probably going to be watching the power outages grow pretty quickly as we progress into the early hours of a Thursday morning. Now, it's not just the Midwest that's going to be under the gun with these storms. Damaging thunderstorms are going to erupt all the way to the East Coast today. From the same weather system that's bringing the damaging storms to parts of the Midwest tonight. All right, storms have the potential, again, they highlight 100 mile per hour peak wind gusts in some cases. While storms that fire from the middle part of the Mississippi Valley through the Ohio Valley and mid-Atlantic coast may not be quite as robust, there will still be the risk of severe weather, a zone that spans at least a dozen states today. Damaging wind gusts, hail, flash flooding, even the potential for a few isolated tornadoes to touch down. A few of the stronger storms later today could bring 60 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Yeah, tonight's complex of severe weather is going to be ongoing to start off the day with the threat of damaging winds blowing into parts of Indiana and Ohio. There's a chance for this complex to just keep rolling all the way from Wisconsin right now, eventually all the way through Virginia later today. That's why they're talking the whole derecho thing. If the storms cause damage for a 240-mile swath, that's the official definition of a derecho. Damaging winds will become a concern across West Virginia, parts of Virginia, southern Pennsylvania later today. Storms are going to spill over the mountains and make a run toward the coast later this afternoon into the evening hours. Thunderstorms may erupt across a wider corridor of the Northeast near a frontal boundary in the mid-Atlantic region from the Chesapeake Bay area, possibly to New York City and maybe southeastern New England this afternoon and evening. As that cool front pushes southward into the day today from the Great Lakes toward the middle Mississippi and Ohio River valleys, thunderstorms are going to erupt across these regions late in the day as well. Ultimately, dry, more comfortable air is going to take a hold over the Great Lakes by Friday. It may not be till later Friday night until another round of showers and thunderstorms clears the central and northern Appalachians, eventually pushing off the coast of New England and the mid-Atlantic there. Weather a concern as we make our way into a Thursday morning here. As I said, I'll be keeping an eye on things, especially if I see any tornado warnings popping up. We'll pass that your way as quick as we can. But right now, the heaviest rains are actually intensifying from, say, just east of St. Paul, Minnesota, all the way across the state of Wisconsin to Green Bay. So here in the next hour or so, Oshkosh, Wisconsin will see these storms rolling through. Like I said, probably a couple of hours. Not going to be a good night along I-94 in Wisconsin, dropping down toward I-90 here in the next couple of hours. The 90-94 corridor, I-39, it's just going to be a nasty night for that region of the country. Elsewhere, what do we see? Let's zoom things out a little bit. We did have a few thunderstorm cells over along the East Coast, actually had a few severe thunderstorm warnings there in the D.C. area the last couple of hours. Nothing nearly as widespread as what we're seeing across Wisconsin, but right now I'm looking at a cluster of storms down towards Columbia, Virginia. There's some storms northeast of Fredericksburg there in Maryland, and right along 495, south of Washington, D.C. All right, we'll keep an eye on things. Great to have you with us as we get things underway here on a Thursday. Let me start things off. I'll mention this now and try to remind myself to mention it again a bit later in the program when we'll have hundreds more listening. And we got an important notice this past day from the Home Office, our friends at Hot Shot Secret. Price increases are in the offing. Hey, we've been talking inflation, right? Everybody's having to pay more for pretty much everything. Dear valued Hot Shot Secret customer, the past year has been very difficult in many ways. While we were able to remain open and continue to serve you, the pandemic, the impact on supply chain disruptions, transportation issues has been extremely challenging. Despite our best efforts to focus on efficiency, due to continued cost increases, we must implement a price increase. Plastics, bottles, and caps have increased over 9.5% due to the global demand and raw shortages associated with the COVID pandemic. Raw materials are up 20%. Packaging and corrugated cardboard is up 4%. Freight and transportation is up 6%. Plus, additional fuel surcharges, obviously, as pump prices increase. In response to these raw material cost pressures, effective August the 2nd, Yeah, Hot Shot Secret will be increasing prices 3% because our products contain an exponentially higher amount of active ingredients. The raw material increases have affected us more than others in the industry. All orders through August 1, which is Sunday, will honor the current price. So starting actually, Sunday or Monday, we'll see the 3% price increase across the board for your Hot Shot Secret products. So if you've been thinking about placing an order anyway in the near future, maybe just go ahead and get it in now. I know 3% doesn't sound all that dramatic, but that's where we're seeing the inflation numbers. Matter of fact, I've got a story over here where just this past day, most of the people in America right now, according to the polls, squarely put the blame of inflation on none other than Joe Biden himself. Well, surprise, surprise. Not really. All right, who we got checking in here? Colton, first out of the box. Colton said, what time tomorrow, Steve, do you want to get breakfast in Walton, Kentucky? I don't think I'll be able to get down to Walton today there, young Colton. Maybe one of these days, but I mentioned last evening I got the bad tooth. It wasn't hurting much 24 hours ago. It's kind of hurting tonight, especially around the gum area. I think the tooth is actually split, but I've got an 8:15 appointment this morning. Dentist will see what he can do, and I figure if it's got pain, probably got a little bit of abscess beginning, so it'll probably put me on antibiotics for a few days. And we'll have to wait and see what the x-ray shows. If I'm going to have the whole root canal thing, I'm not looking forward to that. I think the dental practice we go to, I don't think they actually do root canals there. They send you out to an oral surgeon to have that done, but that's what my day is going to entail today, Colton. But good to have you with us. Hello to Todd. Are you with me? Mocking Big Ed, are you? Justin, I'm in gear. Let's roll with it. Tank says, morning, Steve. Happy Thursday. A warm 93 degrees here in Barstow, California tonight. Headed back east toward the home 20. Everybody, truck safe. Have a great day. Let's see. Psycho Trucker checking in. He says, Joe Biden said, I got my butt whipped to the reporters asking questions. He gets worse every day. God help us. What do you say he got his butt whipped about? About speaking to the public or saying things off the teleprompter? I'm not sure. Let me see here. Buckeye Boy checking in from Boron, California. 89 degrees, but low humidity, like 21%. Yes, it's a very dry heat, right? John waiting in Grand Rapids, Michigan to unload in the morning. Let's see. Hello to Pappy. I think he's off tonight. He said Geraldo has lost his mind. Anyway, we've got a beautiful night here in the Queen City. Let's go. So what is Geraldo? He's been going off the deep end for several years now. There was a time I thought Geraldo was really kind of more of a moderate. He's always had some left-leaning tendencies, but he's been going further and further left. Looper checking in. I hooked up with a 91-year-old man on the first tee today. After shaking hands, he began to jump from side to side. Yeah, I asked him, what are you doing? He said, I'm dodging death. Jumping side to dodging death at 91. How about that? Did you have a good round of golf, Looper? Hope you had a fun time there. Tapeworm checking in, hauling a steel coil from Blytheville, Arkansas to Cincinnati, Ohio. You're heading our way, huh? Glad to be headed back home for a long weekend. Planning to do some camping. Everybody have a great night out there. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Clear, humid, 75 degrees in Sparta, Kentucky. National Weather Service is saying maybe like 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. for the storms to roll through my home 20 in west central Ohio. Get those storms rolling through. Be safe. All right. That's not that far away. I mean, I think our local forecast is in Cincinnati. It was talking about Yeah, late afternoon. They were saying 3, 4 o'clock. Maybe storms beginning to roll in. 4 to 9 is when our local forecast says. That's, of course, subject to change, depending on how quickly this line of storms continues on diving south. Harold checking in. Morning, Steve. Just finished loading out concert in Essex Junction, Vermont. Headed for the next show in Portland, Maine. Live shows with no mask mandates. Rock and roll lives. And, yeah, rest in peace, Dusty Hill with ZZ Top. Yeah, that's one of the stories, Dusty Hill. How about that? Yeah, I never did get an opportunity to see ZZ Top live. It was a half dozen years ago. We actually had tickets in hand for ZZ Top opening up for Aerosmith at Riverbend here in Cincinnati. And I think old Lunkhead, Aerosmith lead singer, fell off the stage at a concert at a previous 1 or 2 stops ahead of the Cincinnati stop, and he was injured, and they had to cancel the show. I thought, come on, guys. I mean, ZZ Top, just give them extra time. They got plenty of songs. They could just do the whole thing themselves, but missed that concert, never got to catch him live. But that's the headline. ZZ Top's Dusty Hill, the long-bearded bassist for the million-selling Texas blues rock trio, dies at the age of 72. A Facebook post this past day, Billy Gibbons and drummer Frank Beard said Dusty died in his sleep. They did not give a cause of death. There was a post on July the 21st on the band's website that said Dusty was on a short detour back to Texas to address some sort of a hip issue. At the time, the band said that their longtime guitar tech, a guy by the name of Elwood Francis, was going to be filling in for Dusty on the bass, slide guitar, and harmonica. But born Joe Mitchell Hill in Dallas, he, Gibbons, and Beard formed ZZ Top in Houston, 1969. They named themselves in part after the blues singer ZZ Hill and influenced by the British power trio Cream. Yeah, their debut release, ZZ Top's first album, came out in 1970. 3 years, they broke through commercially with LaGrange, Shake Your Hips, that paid tribute to the Chicken Ranch, the notorious brothel outside of the Texas town of LaGrange. But of course, over the years, many, many hits, big surge, number of hits in the 1980s. The album with Legs and Sharp Jest Man, Gimme All Your Lovin', Sleeping Bag. The 1976 worldwide Texas tour, when they had the iconic Texas-shaped stage with cactuses, snakes, and longhorn cattle. That was one of the decade's most successful rock tours. Some of their million-selling albums included Eliminator, Afterburner, followed up by Antenna. Inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2004, actually introduced by the Rolling Stones guitarist there, Keith Richards. So, kind of sad in the rock and roll world. Dusty Hill, no longer with us at the age of 72. All right, underway here. We'll get to your calls coming up. You want to jump on board? Who gets to be first out of the box? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose, Blue Def Platinum. the best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, let me see here. I was instructed. Yeah, who gives me instructions? That would be the princess. I was instructed to give a shout out to a guy by the name of Chris, who drives truck for Chobani Yogurt, I think out of New York. So if you're out there listening, Chris, yeah, Chris had the pleasure of meeting my wife and my mom. They went out, they snuck out to Roosters, their favorite dining destination. I don't know if they actually like the food or the Long Island iced teas. Which is it, girls? Again, like, long story short, though, there was a gentleman there that turned out to be Chris, pretty big guy that apparently had never been there before, and ordered up like 20 wings. Now, Roosters, they don't have them little bitty wings. They've got big wings. That's what they're known for. So when they bring out this big plate of 20 wings, they're like, dude, you got a lot to eat there. But ultimately, at one point, I think my mom asked him if he drove a truck for a living. I don't know if it's a stereotype thing or what, but she said, I looked at him and I said, I bet he drives truck. And when he walked past the table, he said, did you drive a truck? Yeah. So got to talking to him for a moment and asked him if he was familiar with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. He pulled it up and they showed him, where it's at, Facebook, YouTube, and whatnot. So I was instructed to give Chris a shout out. And they said, Chris, hey, if you call in and be a first-time caller, Steve will give you a code for $60 worth of free merchandise. So I said, if he calls in, I'll do that. But hopefully we've got another. Yeah, my mom says, I'm trying to promote you. I'm trying to get the show to grow. Well, that's what we all need to do. Thank you, Mama. All right, let's see. Got an email from Kentucky Ken. He says, hoping you and all the Overnight Drive families doing well. Training is going well. Today was a great accomplishment as I am now in possession of a Class A CDL learning permit. Was tested and passed several written tests with endorsements, general knowledge, combination vehicles, ABS brakes, tankers, doubles and triples. Driving begins tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'm kind of missing the show right now. All the calls and the conversation. So going through his CDL training right now. Kentucky Ken. If you're not familiar, Kentucky Ken, he's the one that has been out there serving and protecting. Drove a truck, 30-some years ago. For about 8 years, got out of the truck and became a law enforcement officer. He said, I'll have 33 years in August the 10th. It's time to let the younger men and women carry on with that vocation. As I advised prior to law enforcement, I did drive and loved doing it back in the day there. So, Ken, I guarantee you probably already know it's a whole different world out there right now. Yeah, the way trucking has changed in the past 30 years. All right, let's see. We got the official word from the Department of Transportation there in Tennessee in regards to the Hernando de Soto Bridge. The announcement, the bridge will begin reopening under limited traffic starting next week, Monday, August 2nd. All eastbound lanes will be open by 6 a.m. It'll be next Friday after this, that all westbound lanes will open. DOT said they're opening one side at a time, so because contractors are still on site finishing up the work, they're expected to have phase 3 done by this Friday. They'll begin to break down their work site, starting in the eastbound lanes. Once completed, they'll do the same on the westbound side. The bridge right now is an active work zone. Yeah, we ask motorists to pay attention to the interstate, portable message boards, and SmartWay for traffic information right now. All right, let's see. When asked why only one side of the bridge would open at a time, he kind of explained, we're doing one side at a time for crews so they can safely demobilize and clean up. We chose this way for the safety of the workers out there. So again, the official word. Some of those travel headaches will finally be wrapping up there in Memphis. And before we hit our news break, we had one other update to pass your way in regards to another bridge that is now restricted to truck traffic. That's the Nebraska Department of Transportation restricting all commercial vehicles and truck traffic from using an Iowa-Nebraska bridge due to construction. This went into effect actually on Monday of this week. The Nebraska DOT announcing all commercial and heavy trucks and loads will not be permitted to use the Missouri River Bridge on Highway 2 at Nebraska City. Yeah, closing the bridge to truck traffic only out of an abundance of caution due to the rehabilitation project. All other traffic will still be allowed to use the bridge. Then an official detour will route vehicles toward I-29 would be posted. Typically, 1,500 to 2,000 semi-trucks use that bridge on any typical day. Now, this truck travel restriction is expected to remain in place for approximately a month, according to the Nebraska DOT. So there you go. Our number, 844-844-3388. As we work our way into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC announced Tuesday a major change in its mask policy, now recommending that people start wearing masks again in indoor public spaces and areas with high level of COVID transmission. This applies even if you are vaccinated. The change coming as the Delta variant of the virus has spurred a rise in new infections across the country, especially among those who are unvaccinated. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky explained the reasons for the change to ABC News, including the new data that was the reasoning for including the fully vaccinated in the updated guidance.
We did over this last several days now see new science that demonstrated for those who are vaccinated that they could in fact transmit if they are one of those rare breakthrough infections. So that's new. When we were looking at the Alpha variant at prior variants in this pandemic, we were not able to see that if you were vaccinated and you were a breakthrough case that you could transmit to others.
This is USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, just scouring through some of our advisories, this line of thunderstorms pushing through from Oshkosh on the east side of Wisconsin, all the way over to the western side of the state. And severe thunderstorm warnings literally from the east to the western side of the state, all the way across the line. Oshkosh had a line of 70-mile-an-hour winds pushing through over the last 20 minutes or so. So the heavy rains and the forward momentum of these storms continues to make a beeline to the southeast overnight. All right, with our initial right out of the box announcement, increasing prices. Inflation is the word, and I think more and more, whereas the Fed, the Fed chairman's been saying, well, this is it's a temporary thing. It's going to settle down. Yeah, more and more economic experts are saying, no, this path that we're on, inflation is on the increase. They're keeping interest rates near zero. I think they just re-upped that again this past day. And, of course, now talking about spending another $4 trillion. Poll released this past day lays any economic and inflationary woes solely at the feet of President Joe Biden. According to the Morning Consult Politico poll, 52% of voters say Biden is most responsible for the current state of the economy. 29% say it's Trump's fault. Okay. 19% say they don't have an opinion. Yeah, most voters also feel that the Biden administration is taking the country in the overall wrong direction. 53% to 47%. A majority of those who see the economy as the number one issue believe the administration is going the wrong direction. A total of 90% of those surveyed said they were somewhat or very concerned about the economy. 93% of Republicans, 88% of Democrats, 89% of independents feeling that way. Universal concerns about where the economy's going. Most of the voters surveyed, 85%, say they're somewhat or very concerned about the 13-year high inflation rate that was 5.4% for the year ending in the month of June. Most voters blame the increase in inflation on America's return to pre-pandemic behaviors. 59% view the policies of the Biden administration as most responsible for the rise in inflation. Despite the gloom of inflation and continued unemployment, voters in the survey were optimistic about the future. 40% saying things will get somewhat or much better. 38% who said things will get worse. 21% who said there'd be no change or didn't have an opinion. A lot of people don't have an opinion, huh? I think there's a lot of people that just are afraid to speak their mind for fear of reprisal in this day and age. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Yeah, I don't want to jump on Happy's if he's going to call in, but he'll explain himself. But I was, last Sunday I watched, they were showing where the outbreak, they were making this big deal about the unvaccinated. And they showed the picture of the United States, and they showed the red, a big old red blotch that showed exactly where the outbreak is. And oddly enough, it just looked like the, Republican-held territory. And since Sunday night, I've been saying the same. I've just been saying it. It's the Democrats are committing a biological warfare against Republican-held territory, shoving these unvaccinated illegals in the aluminum tubes, buses and airliners, and spreading them out into these areas. Well, I'm sitting there yesterday evening before I got home, went in the house, and I watching, I guess from the 5 the night before, and Gerardo was on there, and believe it or not, finally somebody said, well, the unvaccinated, there's nobody saying anything about the unvaccinated being transported to all these cities. Gerardo went nuts on this guy and said, how dare you dump all this, the COVID on these illegal, on this group of people. And he just like, I'm sorry, but Gerardo's one of them that's saying that it's the fault of the unvaccinated, a group of people, exactly what he's doing. So I'm thinking that's what Pappy will have to say what he meant by that, but I believe that's what it is. Gerardo, ever since him and Dan Bongino got in it just, Gerardo's going to defend the Latino community no matter what, it doesn't matter that they're dying. It doesn't matter. He's wanting to defend them no matter what. And I just, other than that, there's something else. I watched a little bit of the hearing before I went in the house. My wife was wondering what I was sitting out in the truck. But it showed them officers testifying. And, it was a boo-hoo session. These officers wearing a uniform, first off, saying what happened, supposedly their experience, crying about their emotional distress, and turning around and blaming Trump and the conservatives. And I'm sorry, not a one of them turned around and said, well, Miss Pelosi, where was that? Why are you turned down Trump administration's offer of National Guard assistance? 6 times. Said maybe an officer would be alive, and then 3 other people be alive if you would have accepted the help. And then and then of course it turned your stomach to watch Adam Schiff get up there, and it was such a fake cry, just a despicable. I don't want to be hateful to nobody, but that man, I do not want to follow in that man's path in eternity because of the lies that I've known he's done in the past, and he's sitting up there acting like he's crying. I mean, it was pathetic. And there was another man up there crying. I think he was the Republican that was up there, and he was crying. Well, the only one that wasn't crying was Liz Cheney, and she was absolutely despicable. Excuse me, are you allowed to say the vagina word on the air? But we'll just call them we'll just go halfway and call them puss. Is that what we got guarding our Capitol? Is that what we got up in the Capitol? A bunch of men up there that want to cry over this stuff. When mainly, Ashley Babbitt is the only one that died. Her family had to bury somebody there. The other 3 that died up there, including the officer who was a Trump supporter, he died of health causes, a heart attack. But they're still Democrats are still pressing that he was attacked and hit by a fire extinguisher. Yeah. So I mean the lies and the stink, and I mean they were wearing the uniform and they were promoting the Democrat cause. So we're in trouble. You're Putin, you're over there laughing your rear end off. And if you're China and says, man, both of them are saying, man, if we don't do it now, if we don't go take Taiwan, if we do not go in there and take the rest of the Ukraine, boy, if we don't take them now, it ain't never going to get done. So all I got to say is don't worry about inflation. I believe things are going to happen maybe in 6 months before the election coming anyway. So I can't say God bless America anymore. All I can say is God save America, because People, even according to your poll about the inflation, they haven't figured it out yet. So we're going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail, and absolutely enjoyed your show yesterday. And I say this is, as long as this show's on the air, we've got hope, because we got freedom of speech. Because when they finally put their foot down, you're not going to be able to speak out. It's going to be like I seen on NPR this morning before I left the house. They were talking to an ambassador from Cuba, and Anon Poor was trying to express how come the people can't have their Facebook and can't have their social media, and he was just saying, because they were coming against the government, they were attacking. It was an insurrection. They're using the words that our politicians are using. It was an insurrection against their government. So, well, let's rock and roll. Hey, this is just amazing. Sit back, hang on, kick the ball in the sides, and I don't actually believe in playing with my food. So we'll go on a bronc. We'll go on the bucking horse, hang on for dear life, and see what happens. But
all right, Chevy guy, good to have you with us. He's talking about at the beginning of his conversation, the illegals coming into this country carrying the COVID all over the country, and it is a fact, people. The La Jolla Police Department in Texas said that a migrant family coughing and sneezing without covering their mouths, not wearing face masks, at a fast food restaurant, told him they were released by Customs and Border Protection due to a positive COVID test, prompting a public health warning. The police department sharing details of the incident in a Facebook post this week. A concerned citizen, they said, explained to the officer that she had observed a family group who were not being observant of proper health guidelines. The family was coughing and sneezing. They weren't covering their mouths. They weren't wearing masks. The officer was told by management at the Whataburger restaurant that they had been apprehended by Border Patrol days prior and released because they were sick with COVID-19. That doesn't sound right, does it? The police said the family was also housed at a hotel by a charity group, Catholic Charities in the Rio Grande Valley, that a group of about 20 to 30 who had entered the country illegally and were detained by the Border Patrol were also staying there and were out and about, the majority without face masks. It was also learned people being detained by Border Patrol that showed symptoms of illness or were positive were supposedly being quarantined by the agency and then later given custody to Catholic Charities to be placed in hotels in the McAllen area as well as La Jolla. After finding out about the migrant families, Hidalgo County Judge Richard Cortez issued a statement calling on federal agents and Governor Greg Abbott to better protect the community there from COVID. We've been doing well as a community, slowing the spread, but these ill-conceived policies by both the federal and state governments are beginning to have serious consequences. I call on federal immigration officials to stop releasing infected migrants into our community. And I'm further calling on Governor Abbott to return to Hidalgo County the safety tools that he took away. Just talking about mask mandates and things of that nature. But the migrants say they let us go because we were COVID positive. That's not the narrative being presented by the administration at the federal level. They're trying to say, we quarantined them for 14 days. Yes. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, who else is checking in here? Scott checking in, 79 degrees, very humid here in Michigan City, Indiana. Hey, Steve, it's Georgia Peach. I'm becoming a regular listener. Keep up the good job. Thank you, Wanda. Let's see. Table Scraps checking in. Morning, Steve. Free at last. Free at last. Finally out of the shop. Back to clicking off the miles. Earning them pennies again. Got the show cranking through the speakers. He said, feels so good to be back out on the road. Okay. Let's see. Michigan Madman says, I hope I get done before those storms and high winds come blowing through. Yep, I thought about that over in Michigan's supposed to see it later this morning. Let's see here. We got some severe weather headed towards Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Everybody stay safe out there. Yeah, you do. Literally across the entire state from east to west. It's all dropping in. Let's see. Robert says, well, if they got to pull that tooth, at least you got a face for radio. Yeah, I don't want to lose that tooth. That's one of my good chewing teeth. Who else? Deborah checking in. Morning, Steve. All those truckers out there, be safe, especially my favorite one. I would assume, is that maybe your husband out there driving? Bill and Amy Lancaster. Ohio Safe Driving Truckers. We enjoy the show, Steve. All right. Thank you so much for tuning us in. Good to have you with us here. Let's see. Morning, Steve, in Chattanooga tonight. Raymond checking in. Yeah, y'all's truck safe out there. Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve. And the Overnight Drive crew waiting on loads back to Youngstown. Richard, good morning from Central Florida, 77 degrees. Wishing Steve and all a fine day out there. All right, good to have you with us. Let me jump over here and see if I still have that pulled up. Yeah, Kyle did put an update, a picture of his pup. He said, 2 less toes, 2 less testicles, and $4,000 less in my pocket. Bubba's finally back home, despite being doped up, heavily sedated. He's doing amazingly well. He's already mastered walking on 3 legs. He's eating and drinking regularly. Supposed to be 2 to 3 weeks of limited movement for him. But the surgeon does expect a full recovery. Poor guy's had a rough couple of days. All right, Yeah, he looks a little sad there, but he's doped up. Got his paw all wrapped up, but it's good that they only had to remove the 2 toes there, right? All right, the things we'll do for our fur babies. All right, what's going on this morning, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve?
Hey there.
Man, the daughter who just turned 16, her wisdom teeth are coming in. They were all infected, so she's about at the end of her antibiotics. And then she's got an appointment here in another couple weeks. It took, quickest they could get her in was September 8th.
Wow.
to pull them wisdom teeth. I'm like, well, she'll be off them antibiotics for a month. Well, she should be all right. We need to put them on her again, But I don't have a molar on my bottom jaw, Steve. On one side, that is. So yeah, try to keep them teeth, man. Hey, listen, Gerardo's lost it, man.
He's gone off the deep end, bonkers?
Yeah, man, Steve, I reposted it. Sean Hannity posted something, and I reposted it. It was Gerardo on the show The Five.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Seinfeld episode, Jerry? Seinfeld episode with the soup Nazi, No Soup for You?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Well, Gerardo seems to think that if you have not been vaccinated, right?
Yeah.
You should be not allowed out of your house. You should not allowed to be in a grocery store to go grocery shopping. Straight out of his mouth, Steve. You need to play that.
Wow.
What I posted. He's off the deep end, man. He literally said, these stores that have, no shirt, no shoes, no service. Gerardo literally said, no shirt, no shoes, no vaccine, no service.
Well, I mean, is he not aware that the latest science is showing, as I talked about last evening, that vaccinated people have just as much viral load if they have a breakthrough? And right now, I mean, they're talking 25% of the new COVID cases in California are vaccinated people.
Well, he said, he made the comment that 99% of the people in the hospital in California were non-vaccinated. That's what he said. Whether he's true or not, I don't know.
That may be true because, the vaccinated aren't supposed to get as sick as those that aren't vaccinated, but they can spread the virus just as easily as a non-vaccinated.
Yes, sir.
That's the kicker.
We just found out.
Yep.
Man, that was a bombshell you dropped last night.
Well, that's why they changed the mandate whole thing about wearing masks again, telling people that are vaccinated, you got to start masking up in public again.
Yeah. And he also said there's no evidence that the people coming across the border are spreading the COVID.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He said there's no evidence of that at all. Because one of the other hosts brought that up. And he said there was no evidence of that. Just, he's off the deep end, man.
Yeah.
Hey, and the Chevy guy's point, man, these cops that they're putting on the stand for the January 6th, Steve, make no mistake about it, these are handpicked by these communists to put up on the stand, and they were given a script to say what they were supposed to say on the stand, and shed some tears too while you're at it. Make it look like you're real emotional here, man.
And that's
what are you gonna do?
That's all in the emotions that's supposed to play on our heartstrings, right? It's I feel so sorry.
Listen, man, I'm telling you, most cops. I mean, like Larry was talking, the other night. We have our moments. It usually comes with when children are involved or, an infant. I think I told you about that time we had an infant that died and I had to sit in the emergency room with that dead baby waiting for the detectives to show up. You know, we have our moments, but something like that is not going to bring a popo to tears, man. It ain't going to bring me to tears, I can tell you that much. So it's all scripted, man.
Yeah.
You know, I can tell you that. Handpicked by the libs.
Bingo.
You called it the other night. The outcome's already, you know, the end of that chapter has already been written.
Predetermined. You know? The script has already been written.
Yes, sir. All right, man. Hey, I got the night vision out. I haven't seen one yet. The daughter's seen a couple. I'm looking, Steve. I ain't seen one, though, man.
Okay. All right. I kind of figured you'd be up there. The moon is rising, and it looks mighty orange tonight, doesn't it?
Yes. It was kind of red right before it started to come up, and now it's up, so it's kind of a little bit brighter over that way. It might make it a little harder to see, but, you know, hey, if I see a bunch of them, maybe in that early 4 o'clock hour, I'll give you a shout back.
All right. Thank you much. Have a good morning. And we get our news update here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas's governor is sending the National Guard to the state's border with Mexico to help local law enforcement arrest migrants illegally crossing into the state. Governor Greg Abbott requested the extra manpower, saying that law enforcement needs more assistance in dealing with the influx of migrants that continue to overwhelm border authorities. As part of their efforts to stem the flow into the state, Texas law enforcement officials began arresting illegal migrants on trespassing charges last week. And the Senate has voted to advance a bipartisan infrastructure package, opening debate on the bill, which allocates $550 billion into transportation projects, broadband expansion, and utilities. Wednesday's 67-32 vote comes following days of negotiations among a bipartisan group of senators, eventually trimming the bill down from the $579 billion worth of spending in the framework agreed upon with the White House. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
The bassist for one of the most iconic rock bands in history has died. Lance Pry has the details.
All those years I knew about Billy and his group, and I never met him. So I think we already had a little bit of idea of what was going to happen. But then we threw that out the window because what happened was really great and unexpected.
Billy Gibbons and Frank Beard of the Texas-based trio since 1969, ZZ Top made a sad announcement Wednesday afternoon. Bass player Dusty Hill has passed away. He died in his sleep at home in Houston, Texas. The band put out a statement. We, along with the legions of ZZ Top fans around the world, will miss your steadfast presence, your good nature, and enduring commitment to providing that monumental bottom to the top. Dusty Hill was 72 years old. For the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Following a two-day meeting of the Federal Open Market Committee, the Federal Reserve announced Wednesday that it was keeping interest rates near zero as it tries to assist in the economic recovery from the pandemic. The committee did unanimously approve a statement saying that the economy does continue to strengthen. Speaking to reporters afterwards, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell said that more vaccinations will help improve the economy get back to normal. He also explained that the Fed's thinking in dealing with the issues that could cause inflation and a rise in consumer prices.
The process of reopening the economy is unprecedented, as was the shutdown at the onset of the pandemic. As the reopening continues, bottlenecks, hiring difficulties, and other constraints could continue to limit how quickly supply can adjust, raising the possibility that inflation could turn out to be higher and more persistent than we expect. Our new framework for monetary policy emphasizes the importance of having well-anchored inflation expectations, both to foster price stability and to enhance our ability to promote our broad-based and inclusive maximum employment goal. Indicators of long-term inflation expectations appear broadly consistent with our longer-run inflation goal of 2%. If we saw signs that the path of inflation or longer-term inflation expectations were moving materially and persistently beyond levels consistent with our goal, we'd be prepared to adjust the stance of policy.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keeping an eye on our storm activity. Wisconsin is under the gun at this hour. Severe thunderstorm warnings in southeastern Wisconsin. I actually have a couple of tornado warnings that come in the last few minutes. We'll start with this one here from the Weather Service office in Milwaukee, Fond du Lac County. That's in east central Wisconsin. You got a tornado warning in effect at the bottom of the hour. Radar indicated tornado, storm moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. The other was from the Weather Service office in Green Bay. This is Winnebago County, which is in east central Wisconsin. Tornado warning. Let me see here. That should be expiring pretty soon. About a quarter past the hour. All right, so yeah, storms are definitely packing a punch and moving at a swift pace. So use caution rolling through that part of the country. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. So the new recommendations we got from health officials. They just heard them talking about that on the news update there. Going back to face masks, a startling bolt of news. People who've had their shots and become infected with the Delta variant can harbor large amounts of the virus just like an unvaccinated person. That's what the new science is saying. Vaccinated people can become spreaders and have to return to wearing masks indoors and in certain situations. But the Centers for Disease Control did not publish the new research in the text of the updated guidance. They simply cited CDC COVID-19 response team unpublished data 2021. Some other scientists have their own message. Show us the data. They're making a claim that people with Delta who are vaccinated and unvaccinated have similar level of viral load, but nobody knows what that means. It's meaningless unless we see the data. When the CDC director spoke to reporters Tuesday, she cited that the new scientific data, but provided limited details about how the research was done. She said the data comes from outbreak investigations in which researchers compared Delta infections among vaccinated and unvaccinated people. Now, according to one federal official knowledgeable about the research, they said that the data will be published imminently. But the data was alarming and recently presented. We saw the data. We thought it was urgent enough to act on in the context of a steeply rising, preventable fourth surge. Because the tests show similar levels of virus in the vaccinated and unvaccinated, inferring the Delta variant can be transmitted by people with breakthrough infections, the vaccinated. I think the implications are that people who are vaccinated, even when they're asymptomatic, can transmit the virus. That's why the recommendation was made. Oh, there's Dr. Fauci, right? Fauci said that there's not yet clinical data on what the high viral load means in terms of transmission, but you can make a reasonable assumption that vaccinated people can transmit the virus just like unvaccinated people can. 3 senior administration officials, speaking anonymously, described the internal discussions, said the new research convinced health officials it's time to update the guidance. All right, the CDC did not answer questions Wednesday about whether they relied on outside sources of data or the number of patients examined in the investigations. The question about viral loads is among the many unknowns, including just how many breakthrough infections and whether they are playing a significant role in the rise in cases. If we're seeing more breakthroughs, it's because the virus is better and the vaccines don't hold up as well, or the efficacy of the vaccine is beginning to wane, independent of the Delta. We're talking 3-dimensional chess going on here. There's 100 things going on at the same time. All right. So with that, hey, it's already underway. I take that back. It gets underway today, Thursday. I was thinking we're into Friday. No, it's Thursday, June the 29th of July. The Shell Rotella Beauty Rigs, Super Rigs Beauty Contest. Live and in person, Thursday, Friday, Saturday at the Love's Truck Stop in Hampshire, Illinois. 3-day event will continue the tradition of honoring truck drivers for their hard work. Safety of attendees is a top priority. COVID protocols will be in place. More details are available via the website. As always, there is no fee to enter the Super Rigs. Each entrant will be judged by a team of experienced judges from trucking media outlets. And, of course, Landline Magazine's Jamie Jones has been a judge for many, many years. This is like her 19th year. Doug Morris, Director of Safety and Security, also returns to be a judge this year. So if you like seeing the pretty, shiny show trucks, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it is officially underway. All right, looking at 16 past the hour. Plenty of room for you here on a Thursday morning at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. How you doing? I tried to call in last night. Your lines, they were pretty busy last night. I don't know. You have a lot of people calling in. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Yep, so good. We got you through tonight.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, I made it through that while I tried to call in a little bit earlier because a lot of people calling in. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about this coronavirus situation. You know what you said is true, Steve. I don't see how Joe Biden, I don't see how he can get away with doing what he's doing. You know, basically what he's doing is basically like opening up your door in Texas where it's 100 degrees outside with your air conditioner on and expecting it to get cool in the room. He's based, when you say that they're allowing individuals into the U.S. untested and with the virus, that's basically what he's doing. It doesn't do any good for American people to be vaccinated if he's going to allow people in that hasn't been. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, and you was right about what you were saying. I was in Laredo, Texas a couple of weeks ago, and guess what I saw down in a local area? I seen a Border Patrol truck pull up to a bus stop, just a regular bus stop, and there was some individuals in there. The individuals got out of the Border Patrol truck. He handed them some paperwork, and you could clearly tell that these people had never stepped foot in the United States before, and they basically were on their own in the city of Laredo. These individuals, there was about 5 or 6 of them that got out of a Border Patrol truck and just basically free to do whatever the hell they want to do. And so it's totally ridiculous what's going on, Steve. Nobody should be allowed. We're in a pandemic. How this administration can allow people into the U.S. when we have they continue every time you turn the TV on, they're telling somebody to get vaccinated. The radio is on, and yet this guy is still allowing people into the U.S. that haven't been vaccinated. What the hell is this guy talking about? It makes absolutely no sense, and I'm getting fed up with it because they're trying to blame it on people that are unvaccinated Americans. No, that's not the problem. And Kamala Harris, she still hasn't been seen. I don't know why they won't go ahead and admit that the woman has tested positive for the virus and that she's been sick for the last week or two, because I haven't seen her on television, nowhere to be found since those people from Texas went up there, those congressmen from Texas went up there to talk about the situation. She hasn't been seen since then, and she won't be seen. And the same thing, like I said, Steve, we basically don't have an administration that has totally ignored the border crisis that we have in this country. I told you about that fake, it was basically a photo op that Kamala did to come down to Texas. She went to the area where they don't have a real serious problem. El Paso, like they said a couple of nights ago, El Paso is 800 miles away from McAllen, Texas. That's where she should have went, was McAllen, Del Rio, Texas. That's what it was. I told you, people coming in Del Rio, you can walk across the Rio Grande River. The water is not that deep. People walking in right by the Border Patrol agents, and the agents have been told to stand down, not to do anything to these people. And all they have to do is say that they want to seek asylum in America, and you have to take them into custody. And then after you take them into custody, you can release them the next morning into the United States of America with a fake trial date that you and I both know that those people are not going to attend. They tell you to be back in court in 6 months, to find 6 months or a year to find out if you can seek asylum. And now, what idiot in his right mind would show up back in court after being released into the United States? Who's going to go into that courtroom knowing that there's a possibility he could be deported back to this country? So the whole system makes no sense whatsoever, and I don't see how he can get away with it because, like I said before, he stopped the construction of the wall, which was a total joke. That wall would have been some type of deterrent to keep people out, and now we don't even have that. This is the most embarrassing situation, and I knew this was going to happen, Steve. I knew this was going to happen when Biden got in the White House. And besides the point, all the truck drivers that he don't put out of work, Steve. When I come down here, when I go to Laredo, Texas, you have to go through oil country to get from San Antonio to Laredo. They have a lot of oil fields down, and a lot of oil is being produced in this area. And guess what? Biden, he lied to the American people. He said he wasn't going to shut down the oil industry. That's the first thing the guy did when he got in the White House. And now before he got in the White House, you couldn't even find a parking space in a truck stop from San Antonio all the way to Laredo. Every truck stop was full with oil trucks and sand trucks, people that was working in the oil field. And now I drive by these truck stops and it's a ghost town. No trucks whatsoever in these parking lots. These oil trucks, these guys are put out of business, thanks to him. Now you got a lot of truck drivers out of work because of this guy. And it makes no sense, Steve. And it's going to come back to burn the United States. It's already don't burn the United States just this past winter when they depended on that solar power garbage. And that did, you see how that turned out. And the whole state of Texas was without electricity. And the same thing is going to happen this winter if we have another cold shot down in Texas. Like I say, how this guy can get away with this, Steve, it makes absolutely no sense. Because it's just embarrassing at this point. And it's been going on ever since the guy got in the White House. And besides the point, the guy, Steve, we've already talked about it. The guy is incompetent. The guy, he shouldn't be in there. He has dementia, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Sean Hannity, I don't know if you listened to him a couple of nights ago. He did a whole deal on this city hall he had last week in Cincinnati. Where you at? This guy here, he can't even answer a basic, simple question. And this is the leader of the so-called free world. We're in big trouble, Steve. Like I said, and like one guy said before, you think it's bad. That's the only reason they're really trying to keep Biden in the White House, because they realize how bad Kamala is. She's even worse than that guy. And then you know what the next step after that, that's Nancy Pelosi. And you don't get any lower than that when it comes to somebody being in charge. If Nancy Pelosi was ever in charge of the U.S., the U.S. will come to a complete stop, and the U.S. will cease to exist as a country, as far as I'm concerned. So America, you keep on doing what you want to do, keep on playing games with this guy, and when the country comes to a complete stop in a few months, you'll wish you would have listened to people like me, because the United States is in big trouble, Steve, real big trouble. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Did you catch that Joe Biden yesterday claimed that he used to drive an 18-wheeler? He was at a Mack truck facility in Pennsylvania, and the White House can't seem to defend that. What are you talking about, Joe? You used to drive an 18-wheeler? All right, more on that. First, a quick timeout. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so Joe Biden actually comes out and says, I used to drive an 18-wheeler, man. That was his quote. According to the report, 48-year political veteran President Biden raising eyebrows, claiming to have driven an 18-wheeler truck, a claim the White House struggles to defend. At the Mack truck facility, making the claim to have driven the massive trucks before, of course, which requires a special kind of license. We all know that. There is scant evidence Biden has ever driven an 18-wheeler. When asked if the president had ever driven such a truck, the White House spokesperson pointed to a December 1973 article from the Wilmington Evening Journal that shows Biden rode in an 18-wheeler on a 500-plus mile haul to Ohio. Well, they pointed out, riding in a truck is not driving a truck. At which point, the president's spokesperson pointed to the United Federation of Teachers post that touched on Biden driving a school bus in the past as a summer job. All right, a school bus sure as hell isn't an 18-wheeler. School buses, for the most part, have two axles. Bigger models may have two wheels in the front axle and four wheels on the dual axle, total of 6 wheels. Fox News pressed about the president's claim, pointing out, hey, a school bus is not an 18-wheeler. I used to drive an 18-wheeler, man. No response from the White House, but is it possible, maybe just possible, that he thinks he drove a 18-wheeler at some point in his life? I don't think he even knows he's president of the United States, but... All right, Governor Abbott ordering the National Guard to help arrest migrants. This past day, ordering the National Guard to help local law enforcement arresting those breaking state laws in the ongoing border crisis, requested more manpower to patrol the border in a letter to Major General Tracy Norris, Adjunct General of the Texas National Guard. National Guardsmen deployed under state orders legally are allowed to conduct law enforcement, according to The Hill. To respond to this disaster and secure the rule of law, more manpower is needed. In addition to the troopers from the Texas Department of Public Safety, soldiers from the Texas National Guard that I've already deployed there, we need help in arresting those who are violating state law. I hereby order the Texas National Guard assisting DPS in enforcing Texas law by arresting lawbreakers at the border. I mentioned last evening, supposedly they were taking up an arrest and jail sort of scenario rather than arrest, document, and release. See if I can get further info on that. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Time for a news break, bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas's governor is sending the National Guard to the state's border with Mexico to help local law enforcement arrest migrants illegally crossing into the state. Governor Greg Abbott requested the extra manpower, saying that law enforcement needs more assistance in dealing with the influx of migrants that continue to overwhelm border authorities. As part of their efforts to stem the flow into the state, Texas law enforcement officials began arresting illegal migrants on trespassing charges last week. And the Senate has voted to advance a bipartisan infrastructure package, opening debate on the bill, which allocates $550 billion into transportation projects, broadband expansion, and utilities. Wednesday's 67-32 vote comes following days of negotiations among a bipartisan group of senators, eventually trimming the bill down from the $579 billion worth of spending in the framework agreed upon with the White House. This is USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Couple of industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life. Couple of Alabama state troopers struck while responding to two different incidents earlier this week. Back on Monday near Birmingham. According to CBS 42, in the first instance, a state trooper was parked on the side of the road, responding to a call when they were struck by a moving vehicle. This accident ultimately involved the state trooper, an Alabama Department of Transportation vehicle, and an additional vehicle. Second incident occurred on southbound I-65 near the 272-mile marker in a construction zone. Trooper was responding to a stopped 18-wheeler when a passing car lost control, struck the big rig, hitting the trooper in the process. Both officers are expected to be okay, but state police are urging people, slow down if you can't move over, especially in inclement weather. We got to encourage people to watch the traffic signs, heed the caution lights, and for goodness sake, slow down, get out of the way. If you're affected by the accident, move over. That's just common sense. Yeah, we're going to get out and enforce that law as much as possible to try and protect people. That's the move over law. So if we can save a life, then we'll do it. Taking someone to jail, writing them a ticket, whatever it's going to take, according to state police. California Highway Patrol said a truck driver's lucky to be alive and walking after a serious incident left the rig completely upside down. This past day, about 10 a.m., State Route 165, according to ABC 30 Action News, the tractor trailer was headed north on Highway 165. Driver apparently failed to turn at a curve, veered off the road, then flipped completely upside down, landing on the roof, pinning the truck driver inside. Thankfully, firefighters were able to extricate the unnamed trucker from the vehicle. Now, the driver was able to walk away with just minor injuries. Highway Patrol said this driver's lucky to be walking away with just minor injuries. All right, meanwhile, back to your calls here on a Thursday morning at 844-844-3388. Before I get that real quick, I just did a double check. And tornado warning just issued for eastern Columbia County and Dodge County. Those are in south central and southeastern Wisconsin. Thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage. Located along a line extending from near Cambria to near Rio, moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. So even in the absence of a tornado, very destructive straight-line winds possible in those areas with that particular tornado warning. Well, good morning, heat wave. What's going on?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Over here in Mesquite, Nevada. Yeehaw. Heading down to Southern Cal. You know, it's bad enough to have a tornado during the daylight hours. At least you can see one coming. And you have this at night, and there's nothing you can do but just pray to God it doesn't hit you.
Yep.
So, what Chevy guy was going to talk about last night was that the fact that it's bureaucrats that are stopping elected officials from doing their sworn duties to go in and check things out. He was talking to me last night. He says, Ted Cruz went down to the border and was stopped by this little girl that had just been appointed as a supervisor. And she kept saying, don't film these people. You can't come in here, blah, blah, blah. Well, he is an elected official of the people of the state of Texas. He knows there's a problem. He's trying to expose that problem to fix it. Jim Jordan goes to the FBI, and they are stopped by appointed people. And as a representative from the state of Ohio, elected, he should be able to go in and say, hey, what in the hell is going on here? it's bureaucrats. And I mean, if it wasn't obvious before, it really ought to be obvious now. The bureaucrats, along with some elected officials, mainly Democrats, are screwing up the whole system for the rest of us. I mean, they are so blinded by their quest for power that they're allowing these illegal aliens to come across, and they're shipping them all over, but they're not vaccinated. They haven't had their quarantine, and if they do, like that news article said earlier, hell, they're over there at a Whataburger, coughing, sneezing, hacking, and whatever. If you're going to be quarantined some damn where, you better stay your butt inside that quarantine area. And if Catholic Charities is going to put them up, then they need to go ahead and feed them as well. I'm just not real happy with this thing that we have to be the nursemaid to the world, or we have to be the policeman of the world. We cannot afford that anymore. Someone else has to step up, and it's got to be the countries where these illegal aliens are coming from. So, with what Biden said the other day, Dan Bongino had a clip of it, and it sounded like he said, after a reporter asked him about the bills being what do they call that? What they're talking about doing is recombobulating everything into that 1.7, including that 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, apparently he had said, my what is what. Now, that was according to fact checkers, which Dan Bongino said, look, people, this is only a joke. It's funny. You can't understand it. But what it sounded like Biden said was, my butt is white.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. And he played it real slow a couple of times, and that's exactly what it sounded like. And he said, we know that's not what he said. It's a joke. It's funny. But you're going to have these fact checkers come up, and sure as all get out, here come these fact checkers. Kissing up, trying to prop this jittering old fool, and saying, no, what he said was, my what is what? Now, my question is, what the hell does that mean?
Exactly.
My what is what? To take these tests. Maybe she's cognitive. Maybe she just willfully wants to destroy the country. I don't think Joe has an idea of what's going on. I think Jeff Dunham needs to go ahead and get Walter out of the White House, and he needs to go ahead and clean his hand from where he's putting it up. But if you can't see that what you're doing is wrong, it's hurting, and you're blaming the American citizen for not being vaccinated, but you give credence to those who come across that are carrying all these diseases, these illnesses, and giving them a free pass. Well, I think your IQ level is underwater because it's all wet. When I got out of the service back in '94, I took an IQ test because that was part of the package. I scored 113. So I'm smarter than the average bear, I guess, not by much. But I think I'd make a hell of a better leader than what that doddering old idiot, Uncle Joe, is right now. I just ran out of real estate a while ago that had reception, so it's amazing. We can keep in contact with a little speck of dust in the solar system, but we can't keep it on the ground. And I want to clarify one thing from last night. I understand that it didn't come across. So, always moving. What I was trying to say without cussing on the radio is those who stir the shish kebab pot, in other words, stirring up trouble, they're the ones that need to lick the spoon first. So I wasn't trying to be weird and whacked out.
You didn't want to be the spoon and have Ed lick you. I didn't know what. That's what she interpreted.
Yeah, so it's it's crazy. So I went ahead and I texted Ed, Big Ed, this morning, and he was just laughing. He thought that was the funniest damn thing he'd ever heard so far. And it's like, you know what? You instigated this, and I guess he's trying to figure out whether or not he's still got the chutzpah to get out there and stir it up really good. And well, all I got to say is, Big Ed, you still got it. So, oh yeah, and your tooth, and then Pappy with his daughter. Well, let me tell you what, Pappy, make sure she is knocked out. Turn that laughing gas on high. Make sure she is out, because when I had my teeth pulled in the chair force when I was in Spain, they shot me 21 times with individual jabs. Now, they didn't do that initially, but with as much time as they had to work on my top teeth, the numbing agent had worn off, so they had to hit the bottom teeth more times so they could work out on that. Now, of course, when I got the gauze in my mouth and I looked like one of the chipmunks, there was a young little airman. She come walking in, and the doctor asked her if she was ready to get knocked out. She said, "Yes, I am." And I looked at the dentist and I said, "Wait a minute. Why didn't you do that to me?" And he says, "Because you didn't ask." So,
oh man! So you laid there and suffered through it.
I know. Yep. So good luck later on in the morning with your tooth, because I know that ain't going to feel very good. And Pappy's daughter, God bless you, my child, because you may need all the laughing gas you can get, because it's going to hurt like hell to get them all pulled at one time. So anyways, with that little bit of a nightmare, senor, I'll let you go. You have yourself a wonderful evening.
I was lucky at that point. I never had to have wisdom teeth pulled. All right, well, let's take a quick chime out here. Carolina Monkey Gouger on the line, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, my conversation with the Eagle a few minutes ago, talking about releasing these illegals into the country and giving them a court date. It's 6 months. It may be a year. Hell, right now it may be 2 years. They're so far behind, backlogged. I mean, keep in mind, we've had over 1 million come into the country already this year. Now, not only that, it's got to the point where they're actually releasing them into the country without even a court date. And Eagle said, now, how many of those you think actually show up? Yeah, even for those that have a court date. What if you don't have a court date? Here's the report from this past day. Around 50,000 illegals captured crossing the border with Mexico have been released into the U.S. without a court date. Only instructions to eventually report back to an Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer. To date, according to ICE, only 13% of those have actually followed up with an ICE agent. The shocking news, as reports now indicate July may be yet another record-breaking month for illegal immigration along the southern border, similar to June, which saw the largest number of apprehensions in years. The Rio Grande Valley sector, one of the most highly trafficked areas of the border, upwards of 20,000 apprehensions per week. We've already, as I just mentioned, we've already topped 1 million by the month of July. We are on track to intercept 2 million illegals in 2021. The situation is so overwhelming, apparently, the Biden administration is simply allowing in some migrants who identify as asylum seekers, and instead of giving them a court date for a hearing, they just allow them to come on in with a promise that they'll eventually check in with ICE. Well, hell, if that were me, I'm thinking, I'll check in about 20 years. 50,000. Not even a court date. How can we do that? It's unprecedented for agents to release migrants without an official notice to appear in court. Where it has occurred recently, migrants have instead been given a list of addresses and contacts for ICE offices around the country and told to report to one of them. The hope has been for them to show up at one of these offices after reaching their final destination so they can get work permits. Of the 50,000, about 6,700 who crossed between mid-March and mid-July had showed up at ICE offices, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Another roughly 27,000 who crossed and were released during the same time frame have yet to turn up, but they're still in their 60-day window to report. That's insane. 2 million in 1 year's time is what we're on track for now. According to this report, this may be an actual underestimate. According to the former Border Patrol Union president that spoke this past day, he said, we are on track. The United States could have close to, if not over, 5 million more people in the country illegally by the end of Biden's 4 years. Hell, if we're going to have 2 in his first year, like I said, that one of the things that a lot of individuals refuse to talk about is, the got-away numbers. The got-away numbers are astronomical. Those are the individuals that go the extra mile not to get apprehended. There's currently more than 250,000 that have escaped. Yeah, that's just a guesstimate. That's the number they believe there are based on footprints in the sand, I guess you'd call it. And at this rate, over the next 4 years, there will probably be at least 5 million that have just entered the United States in Biden's first 4 years. The White House released a fact sheet that included a statement that the United States would always be a nation of borders and that immigration laws would be enforced in a way that is fair. But the former border chief says, wait a minute, this is anything but orderly. There's nothing orderly with what's going on with our immigration system right now. Now, those are just words similar to, individuals that go down to the border and get their picture taken, or they go to other countries and they're quick to say, don't come to the U.S. The reality is, unless you have policies that are going to stop these people, if you're going to have policies in place to have a real vetting system, where these people are pretty much just lying about how they want asylum, they're going to stay in the country. Now, like I said, it's out of control. It's a couple of minutes before news update time. What's happening with the monkey gouger this morning?
What's going on, Steve?
Hey there.
You got me?
I got you. You doing all right?
Oh, yeah. Steve, I get started tonight. We lost a member of the ATN family Sunday night. Old T-Bone, he was the driver for Mike Reed Livestock out of Roland, North Carolina, member of the South Carolina Association of Large Car Operators.
Yeah.
We knowed him for a long time. He listened to this show religiously for years when you was on XM and then when you went to WLW and all that. And Steve, I tell you, you never know what's going to happen in your lifetime. Blink of an eye, it can change 90 degrees. And old T-Bone and his wife had been down to Darlington to eat. We're coming home right west of Bennettsville, South Carolina on Highway 34. Now, I'm getting this from another driver, and I'm hoping I'm getting this right. There had been a wreck over there. A pickup truck, a car had run into a farmer on a tractor and knocked that farmer out in that field, and he was bleeding pretty bad. And T-Bone and his wife had come up, and his wife was a registered nurse on the wreck. And she got out and started administering first aid to the farmer. And I reckon a couple more people had come around the curve or didn't see what was going on, like they slammed into it. And she asked Keith to get out there in the road and start trying to flag traffic down.
Sure.
To stop from having any more carnage there. And he got out there in the road. Well, somebody had called this farmer's son and told him that his dad had been in a bad wreck and he better get down there. Well, he come around the corner and didn't see Keith and run over and killed him.
Oh, man.
And it really got me. It got me pretty shook up. I mean, I didn't find out about it till early this morning, and a friend of mine called me and said, I sent you an email. And I said, boy, I told y'all 1,000 times, don't send me no email. I said, I don't read them. And he said, well, anyway, I got something to tell you. And I said, well, what is it? And then he laid it on me. And no T-Bone like to listen to us cut up and carry on the radio. So everybody tonight, you say a little prayer for T-Bone. I greatly appreciate it and his family, because I know they're going through some troubled times. Now, moving on, Steve, I don't know what's going on in this diesel fuel market. I left Dallas this morning, and to come down Lease 2, we get a pretty good fuel we buy that on that 10 plus, or 10%, below cost or whatever it is. We get anywhere 50 to 30 to 40, 20 cents off on our fuel program. And I left Dallas this morning and was coming up through there, and I seen fuel $2.79, $2.75. Seen one place $2.72, and I said, when I get to Oklahoma City, I said, boy, that fuel, with our fuel discount, we ought to be in pretty good shape. And so I got up there and pulled in and filled the tanks up. Didn't even think about the price. And pulled away in the fuel tank, and I hit the app there on the phone, looking at it, and it was $2.79. And I said, well, doggone, what was it on the pump? So I went back and looked at the pump, and it was something like $3.31, $3.32. Now, that's a big jump, say, in 125 miles, 2 different states. One truck stop selling it at their pump for $2.79, and then you go to the next truck stop up there, it's $3.33, $3.39. It is all over the place. And I seen the thing in Dallas yesterday, or Fort Worth going 35. Gas and diesel the same price at $2.79 now. So I don't know.
Have you come across any stations where they're running low on fuel or rationing fuel? I had someone posted earlier this week somewhere in Tennessee. There was a truck stop that was limiting to 50 gallons because they were running low. Yeah, hold that thought because we got to get our news update here. We return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas's governor is sending the National Guard to the state's border with Mexico to help local law enforcement arrest migrants illegally crossing into the state. Governor Greg Abbott requested the extra manpower, saying that law enforcement needs more assistance in dealing with the influx of migrants that continue to overwhelm border authorities. As part of their efforts to stem the flow into the state, Texas law enforcement officials began arresting illegal migrants on trespassing charges last week. And the Senate has voted to advance a bipartisan infrastructure package, opening debate on the bill, which allocates $550 billion into transportation projects, broadband expansion, and utilities. Wednesday's 67-32 vote comes following days of negotiations among a bipartisan group of senators, eventually trimming the bill down from the $579 billion worth of spending in the framework agreed upon with the White House. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has moved to stop the transportation of illegal migrants in his state. His executive order bans the ground transportation of those released into the country to await court dates or processing, and only allows for them to be moved by law enforcement officials. Senator Ted Cruz says that President Biden has allowed the crisis at the southern border to become a superspreader event. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the White House's policies have allowed the virus to spread in border states.
The Biden administration has released over 50,000 illegal aliens, and you know what? They're asked to report into ICE. About 13% of them report into ICE. It's spreading COVID in our communities, and I'll tell you right now, the election of Joe Biden becoming president of this country was a COVID super spreader event because they're releasing illegal aliens in South Texas and all across the country with COVID, and they're spreading COVID, and yet their radical policies, they don't want to do anything to protect us.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The CDC announced Tuesday a major change in its mask policy, now recommending that people start wearing masks again in indoor public spaces, in areas with high levels of COVID transmission. This applies even if you're vaccinated. The change coming as the Delta variant of the virus has spurred a rise in new infections across the country, especially among those who are unvaccinated. But Dr. Scott Gottlieb says we may be nearing the end of the wave of infections. The former FDA commissioner tells CNBC that the U.S. may soon be following the trajectory that the U.K. has experienced, even as the Delta variant hits different parts of the country at different times.
We were probably about 3 weeks behind the UK. The UK clearly is on a downslope. They've seen an uptick in the last day, but they've seen a sustained trend over the last week of declining cases. I would expect some of the southern states that really were the epicenter of this epidemic to start rolling over in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Now, the problem is that this is a big country, and we're going to see the epidemic sweep across the country in different portions at different times. And so the Northeast and northern states will start to see more Delta spread as the South comes out of this. With the UK, it really revolves around what happens in London. Here in this country, it's going to be much more regionalized. Now, I don't expect the density of the spread of Delta in states like New York or Michigan to be what it was in the South. We have more vaccine coverage up there. We've had more prior infection. But you will see an uptick in cases even in states where there's a lot of vaccine coverage, probably just not as severe.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we jump back into it. Another hour underway as we make our way into the 29th day of July, time zone to time zone. Thursday morning coming on. It was the top of the show. I said Madison, Wisconsin would probably be getting hit by this line in a couple of hours. It's rolling through Madison, Wisconsin as we speak. This line of storms dropping swiftly. Yeah, heading into southern Wisconsin now. Eastern portions of the state along I-94, you're going to be rolling through torrential rains. Strong crosswinds. I mean, the wind's coming from northwest to southeast. I wouldn't doubt we'll see some overturned rigs out there. If you're in a empty trailer or a light load, yeah, look out. Flip over, see if we have, looks like they just issued yet another tornado warning. This one, let's see, from the Weather Service office in Milwaukee. Western Waukesha County and Jefferson County. Those are southeastern Wisconsin. Yeah, this cell moving south, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Radar indicated tornado there. So, yeah, and even without a tornado, damaging straight line winds would be in the offing as well. So use caution. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls there. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Monkey Gouger. Welcome back.
Hey, Steve, thank you for holding me over. I have not seen any shortages or 60-gallon limits other than on Facebook. other than, when they had the pipeline interruption
Mhm.
out on the East Coast.
Right.
But now, the other day, they were posting this particular truck stop over there at Wyoming with limited fuel to 60 gallons. And I was talking to a friend that was out there across the street at another truck stop. And I said, well, how much did you get? And she said, I filled up. I said, well, I'm just looking at a thing on this here facial book that says that truck stop was only limited. She said, well, I'm across the street from that truck stop. So I don't know if maybe that tanker truck group that truck stop uses as a supplier is running short on drivers, and just for that particular truck stop is having interruptions from it, or what's going on.
Okay.
So I mean, that's all I've seen or heard about or anything. But the other thing I got for you, are you auditioning for a weekend host?
What do you mean by that?
Well, the other night, Sunday night after I got off the phone talking to you, this ad come on, and it said, hey, we're taking audition to be the rock star next host of the radio show. I said, wow, wait a minute. I need to find out about this, boy. Could you imagine Steve Summers and Monkey Gouger doing the weekend show? Oh, hell, boy, that would be right uptown. So I figured, I better find out about this. I got to sign up.
I think I've heard the ad you're talking about. That runs on the news breaks, and that's some sort of a gig where they set you up to be your own bride. I have no idea what it really is all about, but I've heard the spot where you could be the next podcast star.
Yeah, that's it. I was thinking, now, boy, that would be something. Monkey Gouger up there, the underground live bunker weekend show, rocking and rolling, talking trucking. Oh, hell yeah. Now you done busted my bubble.
I'm sorry.
Doggone it. But I'm glad that Horse Feathers cleared up something last night about you having a sound machine up there messing with people's voice. A sound effect machine. So I'm trying to figure out, does Horse Feathers really sound like Porky Pig, or does he sound like Goofy? Because after he made that remark last night, I got about 50 phone calls this morning about it. I said, what was that idiot talking about? I said, well, I can't figure out whether it's Porky Pig, that's all, folks, or Goofy, because only Goofy would be the one that wanted to call the princess at 3 o'clock in the morning and get her to come on down to the show and participate. And I said, I was trying to get my Facebook fired up and go to the live thing. I could just see that door blowing open on that underground bunker and princess coming through the door. Steve Summers! Oh, yeah, that would have been real good. So anyway, buddy, that's about all I got for tonight. We'll aggravate you again tomorrow night.
Good to hear from you, Monkey Gouger. That's all, folks. Yeah, you go. There, it's 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. I think we need more of this around the country to teach the younger generation how to safely drive around the big trucks. A group of teens got up close and personal with a semi-truck and professional drivers, part of an educational program designed to help share the road with trucks safely. Members of the trucking industry, including the Indiana Motor Truck Association and the American Trucking Association, come together at Anderson University in Anderson, Indiana, to educate teenagers taking part in the Indiana State Police Youth Camp. Special focus was placed on showing teens how to safely share the road with a truck and the dangers of distracted driving. ATA road team captains Herschel Evans and Steve Brand were there to answer questions about trucks and the trucking industry. Indiana State Police have held summer youth camps since 1970 to educate young people about law enforcement and the criminal justice system, but just added in a little extra there with how to safely share the road with trucks. That, I say, is a good thing. All right, let's get back at it here. Who's next up? The Northern Kentucky Hillbilly. Hi there.
What's going on tonight, Steve?
Morning.
Hey, I'll just let you know there was 2 truck stops here. I deliver between Northern Kentucky and Louisville every night, and 2 of them yesterday. One of them was out of fuel, and one of them was only letting you get 25 gallons.
25, wow.
Down here off 71.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with the fuel, but yeah, it's a little crazy. But I was just giving everyone the head up that they're down here on 71. I'm not sure, how it is tonight. I'm got about a quarter of a tank, so I'm going to try and find something here in a little bit.
So there are some sporadic outages happening here and there around the country. And I guess this all comes back to that whole where they don't have enough tanker drivers to get the fuel to the locations.
Yeah, that's what the one told me. They were waiting on their trucks to get there yesterday, and I told them, I said, well, I can't hang around and wait. I got things to do, places to go, people to see.
Yeah. 25 gallons ain't going to get you all that far anyway, is it?
It would get me back to Northern Kentucky, but it's starting off the next day is not very good.
Yep, right. All right, well, thank you for the heads up. Be safe out there.
Yeah, we sure will. Tell Monkey Gouger I said, hey.
Thanks for checking in. All right, so yeah, I guess there is some locations out there. As he always says, just my opinion. I got an email from the Grump. Just my opinion. The CDC is wanting another full mask mandate, even for the vaccinated. Biden is calling those who hasn't got the vaccine stupid. MSNBC, CNN, NBC, all the talking heads are saying unvaccinated Americans are spreading the disease and killing people. Not one word about the infected illegals pouring across the border or the rampant crime filling our cities. So we've traded mean tweets for controlling rhetoric. We traded a stay in Mexico mandate for open borders. We traded law and order for lawlessness and disorder. We traded lower taxes for more taxes and spending lunacy. And the false claims of systemic racism and white privilege has resulted in the systemic breakdown of a society born on the belief that all men are created equal. Individual accomplishments are no longer acceptable in the minds of liberals. You have to share your success with the lazy, the downtrodden, the undeserving. Every time some far-left idiot is elected in this country, it is another nail in the coffin of freedom. One more step toward a complete breakdown of any semblance of a recognizable America that we grew up in, that many have fought and died for. If you voted against Trump because he wasn't very presidential or because you didn't like the constant tweeting, I have to ask, how presidential is someone that ignores our laws, detests our Constitution, and wants to nullify our sovereignty and the rights and freedoms of all Americans? That's what you voted for with the Biden-Harris horror show. Just my opinion. All right, Grump, thank you. Good to have you with us. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, They also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Must have been a couple of years ago. Maybe we had our little trek up to Hocking Hills in Ohio, and going through Chillicothe. I got some of them, pretty new trucks coming out of the facility, being delivered around the country. That's the Kenworth. Chillicothe Kenworth is still building trucks amid the chip shortage, but that doesn't mean they have the parts. Driving past the Ross County Fairgrounds, you'll see over 1,000 parked Kenworth. New trucks. Some with weeds growing through them because they've been sitting there for quite some time. There's even more parked over in the main plant at Kenworth, waiting for important parts. Semiconductors. Instead of slowing down sales and laying off employees, as some other manufacturers have done, PACCAR is building what they can and then parking them in a waiting game, waiting for parts. Banking on the global shortage of chips that hopefully will get better soon. Another difficulty has been that the Cummins engines that come out of India with a surge in viruses there, those engines are starting to slow the supply. This move has been a little bit of a gamble for the company, but it's also kept employees working rather than layoffs. Plan is to install the chips after reinserting them in assembly lines and get those trucks on the road. I'm looking at the photo, but some of these trucks been out there long enough with they got weeds 3-4 foot high growing up between the fifth wheel and whatnot, and all around them. Hey, back to the phones, and good morning, Buster. How we doing?
Morning, Steve.
Morning.
Doing great, sir. Steve, this sadness that we got from monkey gouger, I just want to know, man, we got heavy hearts out here, and stuff like that breaks my heart. That's one thing as a delivery driver. First thing I think about is safety. And it really breaks my heart that they couldn't get out there quick enough to put some cones or orange or flares or something to slow them down on those curves. That breaks my heart.
Yeah. I mean, if I got his story, if I understood correctly, so the T-Bone and his wife were there on the scene. She's trying to help the farmer. And I guess she got to watch her own husband get hit and killed right there by her.
I tell you, Steve, that last email you got from, is it Grump?
Yes.
Man, you got to save that sucker. I mean, that's the whole game of what we went through with this twilight zone of this fake win. I just shake my head every day at the office and now on vacation. I just tell everybody, I said, man, don't you feel like we're in a twilight zone and we got a zombie president and we got viruses coming in the whole country, and I'm out here in Colorado, Wyoming, and I tell these people, you've not had it, you better be careful, because like you said, the number of people that are runaways or no record of them, they're inside of our country. It kind of scares you because you see all the time we have these tragedies of inexperienced drivers and international drivers. So I was just thinking about President Trump would have angel moms at the White House.
Mm-hmm.
And I think angel moms are the mothers that have lost their loved ones due to illegals one way or the other.
Yep.
Well, going to go to Yellowstone today. Going to go up through Cody. I've never been through Cody. I've been through all the other entrances, but I've never went through the east entrance into Yellowstone. By the way, I understand the national park has shut down all swimming holes at Yellowstone and even the sulfur springs going toward Gardner. So they've still got everything closed down on where you could go swimming.
Okay.
So
do you know what the reason for the
about $3.45 a gallon?
Why'd they close the swimming holes down? What did they close that down for?
Because the Chinese virus.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Well, talk to you tomorrow morning.
Have fun there at Yellowstone, all right? Enjoy some new scenery, something a little different. All right, our line of storms continues to make a beeline through southern Wisconsin. And in short order, we'll be moving into northern Illinois. As I'm looking at some of the first advisories coming in from the Weather Service office out of Chicago/Romeville. Severe thunderstorm warnings, Winnebago County, McHenry County, Boone County, and north central and northeastern Illinois. This line moving southeasterly at 40 miles per hour, producing 70 mile per hour winds. Considerable tree damage can be anticipated. Damage to mobile homes, roofs, outbuildings. This includes the following interstates: I-39 between the 115 and 123 mile markers, I-90 between the mile marker 0 and 41. All right, several fairgrounds that are included in this. All right, so, this line, it's fired up here on a Thursday morning, so use caution out there. Let's see, it's 844-3388. Looks like we are up to news break time, bottom of the hour. Jump on in here, the Overnight Drive, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC announced Tuesday a major change in its mask policy, now recommending that people start wearing masks again in indoor public spaces and areas with high level of COVID transmission. This applies even if you are vaccinated. The change coming as the Delta variant of the virus has spurred a rise in new infections across the country, especially among those who are unvaccinated. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky explained the reasons for the change to ABC News, including the new data that was the reasoning for including the fully vaccinated in the updated guidance.
We did over this last several days now see new science that demonstrated for those who are vaccinated that they could in fact transmit if they are one of those rare breakthrough infections. So that's new. When we were looking at the Alpha variant at prior variants in this pandemic, we were not able to see that if you were vaccinated and you were a breakthrough case that you could transmit to others.
This is USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I mentioned it out of the box a little bit earlier, the midnight hour. Now that we've got many more of the audience with us, let me share it one more time. From headquarters there, Mount Gilead, Ohio. We were talking earlier about inflation. Yep. This is the memo that went out. I'm sure this went out via email to many of those who've purchased products before and shared their email. But if you have not yet purchased, you wouldn't be on that list, right? Dear valued Hot Shot Secret customer, the past year's been difficult in many ways. We were able to remain open and continue to serve you. The pandemic, with the impact on supply chain disruptions, transportation issues, have been extremely challenging. Despite our best efforts to focus on efficiency, due to continued cost increases, we must implement a price increase. Plastics, bottles, and caps have increased over 9.5% due to the global demand and raw material shortages associated with the pandemic. Raw materials are actually up 20+%. Packaging for boxing, corrugated cardboard is up more than 4%. Freight and transportation is up 6% plus. And we're given additional fuel surcharges that have returned due to the prices at the pump, right? In response to these raw material cost pressures, effective August 2nd, here in just a few days, Hot Shot Secret will be increasing prices 3%. Because our products contain an exponentially higher amount of active ingredients, the raw material increases have affected us more than others in the industry. All orders through August 1 will honor the current price. We thank you for your understanding and your continued support. So August 2nd was that Monday? Yeah, Monday of next week. Next Monday, prices are jumping 3%. It's not something like it's off the rails, but as you say, inflation up 5.4% this year. Everybody's paying, and this is the way it works. They say, well, we're not going to increase your taxes. Well, inflation is a roundabout increase in taxes because we ultimately, the end user, are paying more for everything that we buy. I don't think there's anything excluded from the hit of inflation. All right, under the headline, one for the road. The Scotch whiskey maker Glenfiddich has begun converting their delivery trucks to run on low-emission biogas made from waste products from their own whiskey distilling process, part of a closed-loop sustainability initiative. They said they've installed fueling stations at their Duffstown distillery in northeastern Scotland that uses technology developed by the parent company to convert their production waste and residues into an ultra-low carbon fuel, gas that provides minimal carbon dioxide and other harmful emissions. The distillery director of the family-owned William Grant & Son said traditionally Glenfiddich has sold off spent grains left over from the malting process to be used for a high-protein cattle feed, but through something called anaerobic digestion, where bacteria breaks down organic matter, producing biogas, the distillery can also use liquid waste from the process to make fuel and eventually recycle all of their waste products this way. The thought process behind this was, what can we do that's better for us all? The distiller, which sells more than 14 million bottles of single malt whiskey every year, said the whiskey waste-based biogas is already powering 3 specially converted trucks. All right, technology of the future, biogas. Biogas cuts CO2 emissions by over 95% compared to diesel and other fossil fuels. There you go. Big Moose back out on the road, I take it.
Unfortunately.
Oh,
How you doing this morning?
Doing well. That was kind of a short respite off the road, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't get much of a vacation. That's a fact. Yeah, today and tomorrow ain't gonna be too bad, I guess. and hopefully everything will be back on track come Monday. Hoping so. But a couple of observations here about this quote unquote gas shortage. You know, I wonder if this isn't like what's his face was saying there earlier. You know, talking about everything being scripted. You know.
Yeah.
I wonder if some of this stuff isn't built in. You know, because I'm hearing a lot of this gas shortage talk, but not seeing many of them gas loads coming up on the bid boards anywhere, you know. You'd think that the debt boards would be flooded with them, but it's just, they're just not there. So, I wonder what the excuse for that is. You know, you'd think if the demand was there, everybody would be breaking neck to get the stuff delivered, but I don't know. You know, I never was a conspiracy theorist, so to speak, until about the last 20 years or so. But when he's talking about that everything being scripted, I believe there's a lot of truth in that, because I recall the BBC doing a live feed back to England talking about how Building 7 collapsed into its own footprint. While she was sitting there talking about how Building 7 collapsed, even though it hadn't been hit by an airplane, you could see the damn building behind her, and it was still standing. It fell 13 minutes later. So somebody had to be writing the script on something. So I don't know, you know. But anyway, these high winds coming. You know, if you can't get up close to a building or can't get under an overpass, you find yourself in a high wind situation, get off by yourself and jackknife that thing, get the cab of the truck away from the direction of the wind, and ride it out. Best thing to do. That's better than flipping over. So, but I didn't have much tonight. I just wanted to chime in there a little bit. I don't want to interject too much levity anymore, because it seems like we got a whole bunch of people getting butthurt. Can't take a joke, but I'll say keep it twitching, spotted in the solid, sunny side up. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
Okay. No, we need some levity here and there, Big Moose, all right? Never fear. All right. It's kind of a bizarre story, kind of a sickening story, but back in 2015, Mid-America Truck Show, going back, was that may have been the first or second year of the Citizen Driver Award program, and up until the last Mid-America, I've had the privilege of interviewing everyone that has been nominated and honored as a Citizen Driver honoree. This guy, though, who was, again, a 2015 honoree, former truck driver that received a Citizen Driver Award and Pilot Flying J Road Warriors Award, sentenced to 50 years in federal prison. Child pornography. It was Michael Sheeds of Bandera, Texas, pleading guilty in January of last year to one count of production of child pornography and one count of possession of child porn. Tuesday of this week, federal judge in San Antonio sentenced Sheeds to 50 years in prison, followed by 20 years of supervised release. Well, Sheeds is 63 years old right now, so I guess he's essentially going to spend the rest of his life in prison. The former trucker was also ordered to pay $100,000 in restitution to each of the two victims, as well as two $5,000 assessments per the Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act. Arrested in January of 2019 on a warrant from the Bandera County Sheriff's Office, his cell phone was seized and found to contain images and videos depicting the sexual assault of children, including child abuse images and videos that he had produced. Like I said, pretty sick story. Before his arrest, though, he had celebrated in the trucking industry for his More than 3.5 million safe driving miles. Citizen Driver Honoree 2015. Road Warrior winner 2017 as a driver for Werner Enterprises. He was also a member of the ATA's America's Road Team 2017-2018. Obviously, immediately after his arrest in 2019, his name was removed from the Citizen Driver website as well as the Road Warrior Winners website. And I'm not sure which particular truck stop he had named after him. Obviously, that's all been removed since that point in time, but 50 years. Right, we'll get a quick chime out here. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in here on a Thursday morning. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, our line of storms continue to produce tornado warnings at this hour. Latest is southern Rock County, south central Wisconsin. All right, thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage along a line from near Footville to near Broadhead, moving southeast 30 miles per hour. I think there was one other. Let's see, is that still active? Yeah, active till 2:15 Central Time. So, yeah, about another 25, 30 minutes. This is in place. Let's see. Milwaukee County, Walworth County, Racine County, Waukesha County, southeastern Wisconsin. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line winds. A line extending from near Heartland to near North Prairie to near Whitewater. This cell moving southeast at 50 miles per hour. So there you go. And with that, let's get back to our calls at 844-844-3388. Careful with those storms up there, folks. It's a rough and tumble night, and a much broader area going to be impacted throughout the day today. Hello, Philip. What's happening this morning?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Doing well.
First off, I want to give my condolences to Billy Gibbons and the guy, Frank, and the guys in ZZ Top that worked their show about Dusty passing away. That was a sad thing to hear. Yeah. I heard it last night before I went to bed. I'd be kind of interested, Steve. Can you look at the Doppler radar on them storms?
Yes, sir.
How you can't see the cloud tops in that radar, but I bet you those things are over 40,000 feet if they're that bad with that tornadoes.
Yeah.
So that's up there around McHenry County. I heard you talk about McHenry County. That's northern Illinois up in there and like southern Wisconsin. Is that where it is?
Exactly. It's right now the warnings are beginning to come in for some of those counties in northern Illinois. It's right there about the Wisconsin-Illinois line.
So you're probably looking close to being somewhere up there around, like, say, Cary, McHenry, Woodstock, Antioch, up in that area, Steve?
I'd say we're extending from right about just west of Milwaukee through Janesville, Monroe, Platteville, and all the way back over toward northeastern Iowa, as a matter of fact. Dubuque is going to be seeing this line pushing in pretty soon.
Yeah, I know that area pretty good up there. I used to run up there years ago. I still got I got family that live up there, up by Gurnee in that area, and up close to where Great America is. So, but we hope those guys get through it all right. Steve, not to change the subject, but I know you've been talking a lot about vaccine, and I'm not going to get on the vaccine stuff for a while. But I told you yesterday about Orange County said they would make an announcement. Did you hear anything what they said?
I did not. Not at this point.
Well, they claim in a state of emergency down here in Orange County, and they're wanting everybody to go back to wearing masks indoors. Something that amazed me, though, from what they said on the news report last night that I seen, they said they're monitoring, other than the statistics and the hospitalizations and all that kind of stuff, they're monitoring the wastewater treatment plants, because a lot of the antibodies that people are having are going right through them, and they're actually monitoring the wastewater treatment systems, and they say it's going into the wastewater. Have you ever heard anything like that before?
No, sir.
That was the first thing I said when I heard it. I was like, I've never heard of that before, but that was what Jerry Deming said they were doing. They said they were monitoring the wastewater treatment plants to see what was coming through the system, monitoring all the water and solids coming off. And that was how they were determining how much is getting through the system. So, I mean, I don't know. That's the first time I'd ever heard anything like that before. I mean, I know they monitor everything. Don't get me wrong. But, as far as something else I saw yesterday on the news, I didn't get to see too much of it. You probably know a lot more about it. Did you know Joe Biden was at a Mac plant making some kind of statement about Made in America?
He drove a truck. Did you know that? He drove an 18-wheeler years ago, man. Did you know that, man?
Well, I seen a picture on the TV for about 5 seconds of him standing in front of a bunch of brand new Macs in some plant somewhere. Do you know what that statement was? I didn't hear the whole story. Did you hear anything about that?
He said, I used to drive an 18-wheeler, man. That was the quote.
Okay. What was the reasoning why he was at that plant? Was he just there to make an appearance, or was it, because the way they looked on the news, it was like a lead into a story that he was going to change the standards of the Made in America thing.
Honestly, I have no idea why he was there.
Yeah. I just thought it was funny because I caught just a glimpse of it on the TV. I'm like, he's in a Mac plant. They got all these Mac trucks parked behind him, and I was like, wow, okay. I'd like to know who he drove for. I really would. I have to figure that one out. So, but I seen that yesterday. I was like, what's going on with this? So, but I don't know the full story behind it, so I'm not going to even comment on that one. But tomorrow we got a launch down here tomorrow, the Starliner, and that's pretty much all I got today too, bud. So you have a good one, Ben. Thank you.
All right, thanks for checking in. All right, that frees things up. What do we got? Wide open lines. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Coming up here in a couple minutes, we'll be getting our latest news update as the top of the hour approaches. But according to the report from Reuters, To answer your question, Philip, yes, he was at the Lower Macungie Mac plant, vowing to boost U.S. manufacturing by increasing the amount of American-made content of products bought with taxpayer dollars. A Buy American policy that he said would help working-class people and unions. Yeah, sounds kind of reminiscent of a policy that, who was that? Oh, yeah, Donald Trump was all about that, wasn't he? As congressional negotiators at the same time back in Washington reached a deal on infrastructure, at least opening debate on infrastructure aimed at rebuilding roads and bridges. That's the $1.2 trillion piece of legislation. He met local members of the UAW, which represent 85% of the 2,500 workers at that particular Lehigh Valley plant. He got a briefing on the new electric-powered garbage truck that the company is piloting in New York City and North Carolina. After he took off his suit coat, rolled up his shirt sleeves, spoke to a crowd with the backdrop of trucks parked behind him. He said, Buy American in recent years has become a hollow promise. An apparent reference to the Buy American policies pushed by Donald Trump. My administration, he says, is going to make Buy American a reality. Okay. And Donald Trump was doing his damnedest to bring back manufacturing to this country, bring jobs back. Make it here, Buy American. I don't know what he's talking about, that his predecessor did not make it a reality. But there you go. That's the rest of the story, as they say. And with that, our number 844-844-3388. Get more on our travelers' weather coming up here, aside from the storms that are going to be sweeping from southern Wisconsin into northern Illinois. It's going to be expanding broadly as we progress through the day Thursday, eventually sweeping through the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, all the way over to the eastern seaboard. And the entire zone could be impacted by severe weather. Meanwhile, out west, after a historically unprecedented heat wave ravaged portions of the Northwest earlier this summer, it looks like another wave of intense heat is on the way. Temperatures are once again expected to spike across the Northwest and Central California this week as an area of high pressure strengthens. Many cities out west had already seen some of the highest temperatures on record during the heat wave back at the end of June. Well, thankfully, neither the intensity or duration of this heat will be as extreme versus what you saw about 4 days ago. The warmest days will be pretty much from now till Saturday in places like Portland and Spokane. Afternoon highs 10 to 15 degrees above normal. Just how hot will it be? Yeah, we'll break down more on that coming up. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC announced Tuesday a major change in its mask policy, now recommending that people start wearing masks again in indoor public spaces and areas with high level of COVID transmission. This applies even if you are vaccinated. The change coming as the Delta variant of the virus has spurred a rise in new infections across the country, especially among those who are unvaccinated. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky explained the reasons for the change to ABC News, including the new data that was the reasoning for including the fully vaccinated in the updated guidance.
We did over this last several days now see new science that demonstrated for those who are vaccinated that they could in fact transmit if they are one of those rare breakthrough infections. So that's new. When we were looking at the Alpha variant at prior variants in this pandemic, we were not able to see that if you were vaccinated and you were a breakthrough case that you could transmit to others.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The bassist for one of the most iconic rock bands in history has died. Lance Pry has the details.
All those years I knew about Billy and his group, and I never met him. So I think we already had a little bit of idea of what was going to happen. But then we threw that out the window because what happened was really great and unexpected.
Billy Gibbons and Frank Beard of the Texas-based trio since 1969, ZZ Top made a sad announcement Wednesday afternoon. Bass player Dusty Hill has passed away. He died in his sleep at home in Houston, Texas. The band put out a statement. We, along with the legions of ZZ Top fans around the world, will miss your steadfast presence, your good nature, and enduring commitment to providing that monumental bottom to the top. Dusty Hill was 72 years old. For the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
An illegal immigrant found guilty of a murder in Iowa could get a new trial. Tim Berg reports.
Defense attorneys for Christian Rivera, the illegal immigrant convicted of murdering Molly Tibbetts, argued earlier this week that their client deserves a new trial, citing evidence they said ties her abduction and stabbing death to another man. 2 new witnesses came forward independently of one another and told police that a local 21-year-old man, Gavin Jones, told them he had killed Tibbetts. Defense lawyers have requested a new trial based on that information. As far as if that will happen, defense attorney Johanna Spilbor tells Fox News.
Evidence is only as credible as its source. So this newly discovered evidence is inherently incredible. Why? Because it's coming from a jailhouse snitch from another jailhouse snitch. It's hearsay evidence. Piled on hearsay evidence. And I don't think the judge is going to give it enough credibility to overturn what the jury already did here.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Wednesday's game between the Washington Nationals and the Philadelphia Phillies was postponed because of a COVID outbreak among the Nationals. Manager David Martinez told reporters that 4 players and 8 staff members had tested positive, with some experiencing symptoms and some asymptomatic. But he said all cases appeared to be mild. The game is currently rescheduled as part of a doubleheader for Thursday. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast into a Thursday. 29th day of July. Yeah, prices at the grocery going up. Wow. Inflation. Looking at a photo that one of my Facebook friends posted here about a week ago. Beef tenderloin, $27.67 per pound. Wow. Let's see here. Beef tenderloin, extra trim, USDA Choice Angus, purchased at Members Mark, Sam's Club. $27.67 a pound. It was a 5.39 pound tenderloin. $149. Yeah, Melissa said the last one I bought in December was $8.99 a pound. I always buy a whole one and have them cut into fillets. No more. Yeah, went to buy groceries today. $19.99 a pound for ribeye. I sure hope everybody's happy. You should be dancing in the streets and supporting this administration. Yeah, you're going to starve. That's unbelievable. $27, almost $28 a pound. I guess I'll be sticking with hamburger, huh? Meanwhile, back to our travelers. We're talking out west, where it's going to get hot once again, especially between now and Saturday. Portland's expected to be like 90, both Wednesday and Thursday. A little bit warmer, close to 100 by Friday. This week's heat pale in comparison to the peak back in June when they hit an all-time high of 116 degrees. Further northeast, the warmest day will arrive over the weekend as areas such as Spokane is going to approach 100 Friday, maybe 102 on Saturday. Further south, the central valleys of California looking to warm up between 100 and 105 through the end of the week before the high pressure weakens. Yeah, by Sunday, the pattern's going to change. Temperatures return to more normal for midsummer levels. But we continue to watch the stretch of dry weather, turning the drought condition worse. Little in the way of any sort of wildfire relief for the firefighters there. Some cities are actually looking to make a run at the most consecutive days on record without measurable rainfall. Seattle's running a total of consecutive dry days as of July 27th. It's 43 days. The count likely to near 50 days before any real threat of rain approaches the city. Seattle is right now just 12 days shy of their all-time record. June 16 to August 11, back in 2017, they had 55 straight days without measurable rain. They've had a trace of rain on a few occasions. That's measured as 1/100th of an inch or more. Now, that's just a sprinkle, right? Just really nothing. There are 79 active large fires burning out west. Idaho has 20 of those fires, 19 in Montana, 10 in Washington. Even as far north as Alaska, there are 6 active fires reported there. All right, now let me see here. Back to your calls. Let's get to Big Sexy checking in this morning. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much. You was talking. I know. I heard you talking about your gate update on the bridge, right?
Indeed, yeah. I'm going to start opening on next Monday, and then Friday for the Monday East, Friday West, I believe it was.
Right. That's so that they can get those platforms they're using to repair it. They got to dismantle them, get them all out. They're going to get the east side out first and open it up. That way they can get traffic on there while they're doing the other side and keep the workers safe. On those storms, I hope them drivers going into that area are being careful because them straight line winds can do a lot of damage.
Yep.
I heard you talking about tornadoes earlier. This time of night, I heard you say it's radar indicated. Most of them will be because at night they're too hard to see. Plus, if they're rain wrapped, you can't see them at all. So most of them at night will be radar indicated. Yeah, they need to be careful on them straight line winds. And I want to go ahead and call in because I heard you say you had wide open lines, so I'm going to give you somebody to talk to.
All right.
But I'll back out of here and do like Big Moose says, keep it between the spotted and the solid, and catch you tomorrow night.
All right, thanks for checking in. And yeah, he's correct about the bridge update there. Yeah, it looks like the pace of advisories coming in, thunderstorms, tornado warnings has been really dropping off compared to a few hours ago. And even looking at the radar, things not quite as intense as they were, say, 3 hours ago. But you still have a well-defined line stretching from just south of Milwaukee, then kind of swings right down along the Wisconsin-Illinois border, literally across the entire state, over into that northeast corner of Iowa. Yeah, Dubuque's going to be seeing some of those heavy rains coming in short order. Rockford, Illinois, McHenry, Illinois. Line will be moving through that region. Yeah, we are still seeing winds gusting to 60 miles per hour along this front as it drops pretty swiftly off to the southeast, moving into northern Illinois. Meanwhile, the heat wave that we've been talking about through much of the central and southern plains, the heat continues today. They're going to have plenty of heat in the atmosphere to fuel these storms. Yeah, there are heat advisories stretching from south central Nebraska all the way down into northeastern Texas, all the way to the east then into about the Alabama-Georgia line, western half of Tennessee, western half of the Kentucky, the southernmost portions of Indiana, all under heat advisories for the upcoming day. Even red flag warnings in southeastern Kansas, southwest Missouri, northeastern portions of Oklahoma, the heat that's been baking that region this week. You've got dry conditions and excessive heat warnings in that zone. Let's see, what's it going to feel like? Dangerously hot condition, heat indices of 110 degrees, southeast Kansas, central, southwest, and west central Missouri, until 9 o'clock this evening. This kind of heat will significantly increase the potential for heat-related illnesses, especially for those working outdoors or participating in outdoor activities. Somewhere in the mix, I don't know if I still have that over here, where the heat in the northeast, we had apparently hundreds of people having to go to the emergency room with heat-related illness. See if I can pull that back up here. Meanwhile, back to the phones, and good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Going to be kind of hard to keep it between the spotted and the solid up there by Rockford, Illinois tonight.
So I guess the wife had no trouble getting into Chicago this past evening, right? She's all hunkered down at a hotel or something, I guess.
Well, she's hunkered down in the hospital. It's it wasn't a good trip. We got a call. Well, she got on a plane at 6. I got her on the plane. She landed in Chicago about 6 last night. So, yeah, she got in well before that storm. But Tuesday we got a call from her sister. Her mom had a massive stroke, and she's not gonna survive.
Oh.
So my wife's at her bedside. That's I've been talking to her on and off. She's devastated. Her mom is 90 years old. She's had a wonderful life in this country. She was born and raised in France, and she escaped Nazi Germany in the early 1940s. So she's been in America, for quite a long time.
Wow.
And she's had a good long life, but still, man, that's tough to be at somebody's bedside and waiting for him to die.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. So I pray for them tonight, and I'm stuck in the truck. Otherwise, I would have been back there with her. And like Philip, I've got a lot of family up there in northern Illinois, Gurnee, Grays Lake, Libertyville. So I'll pray for them that they, the storms kind of calm down a little bit. But they look. I was checking out the radar a little while ago. Wisconsin looks like they got hammered.
Yep, they did.
Guess we won't find out till tomorrow. We're kind of usually you don't find out till the next morning what kind of damage there was. But that Highway 39, Steve, going up from southern Illinois towards Rockford there, up into Wisconsin, that road is famous for straight line, high winds. I've seen a tornado go across that highway through Rochelle and into McHenry County there. So that's always been a dangerous area for driving in storms. I know one morning I was driving up there after a storm, and there must have been at least 4 or 5 semis flipped over in the ditch. Guys trying to drive through that stuff, I don't know, like Big Moose said, I guess you got to find a place to hunker down.
Try to find a building where you can park on the side where the building block the winds, hopefully.
Yeah. Yep. Even maybe under a bridge. I mean, I don't know, but I wouldn't try to drive through the darn thing. But Steve, I got a ZZ Top story for you.
Okay.
Figured we'd give a night off on the politics and the vaccine and all of that. So anyway, you had said that ZZ Top had canceled the show because I guess Aerosmith, Steven Tyler was injured.
Correct. That's it.
So I had just gotten out of high school. I think it was 1975. So we're in the Boston Garden. There's like 6, 8 of us. Me and my buddies. We're sitting there. And you remember the band Blue Oyster Cult?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Really, really good band, Steve. So they were playing for warm up for ZZ Top. So they're playing and they're doing their thing, and it was great, sounding good. So they're into the show about 45 minutes, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you see this. I don't know if it was a quart bottle of beer or a quart of liquor hurling through the air and smashes on the drum set of the drummer of Blue Oyster Cult. So of course that, entailed, security, and they turned all the lights on, the music stopped. So everybody's like, what in the heck just happened, So we're sitting around waiting and waiting and waiting. I mean, they made us sit there, Steve, for like an hour with the lights on. So finally they said the show was canceled.
Wow.
Never got to see ZZ Top, Steve.
So some dumbass nominee ruined the show for everybody.
Yeah, that guy was dumbass of the year, I would say. I mean, that was just, it was so disheartening. Because that's why we went there. We went there to see ZZ Top. They were big in the 70s, early 70s. And, we got to see about 45 minutes of Blue Oyster Cult. But anyway, I just thought I'd share that. When you were talking about your story there, it brought back that memory.
Wow.
So anyway, you have a great night, Steve, and hopefully we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Yep, be safe out there. Yeah, sorry to hear about your wife's mom. Been there, done that. All right, here's the rest of the story. The heat waves, recent heat waves sent hundreds of people to ERs around New York City. Since May the 1st, more than 425 New Yorkers have gone to the ER for heat-related illness, according to the city this past day. They're on pace to match the year 2018, when extremely high temperatures and humidity sent more than 739 people to the hospital. Department of Health reported a total of 64 people went to the ER on June 30th. Temperature was at 98 degrees that day. That single-day number of patients, the third highest in the last 5 years. The heat index, what it actually felt like that day, was more like 103 degrees. That day highlighted a 4-day period when the mayor declared a heat emergency there. 142 New Yorkers went to the ER with heat-related maladies. No fatalities, though, among those patients. New York ranks third behind New Orleans and Newark, New Jersey, among the country's most intense urban heat islands, they call them. A description of areas built to contain heat, spelling increased dangers for some of the most vulnerable. Yeah, that's the homeless people and whatnot, right? They're out there, if they can't find a cooling center or someplace to cool off, they begin to succumb to the heat. About 22 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Just real quick, like with our talking about the straight line winds. These storms that are moving into northern Illinois are boasting 70-mile-an-hour winds, according to the latest advisory from the National Weather Service in Chicago. DeKalb County, Kane County, DuPage County, Cook County. It's all severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, 70-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. Expect considerable tree damage likely to mobile homes, roofs, outbuildings. I did pulled up the numbers from poweroutage.us. And right now in Wisconsin, there's more than 76,000 without power. Here shortly, we'll begin to see the numbers going up in the state of Illinois, especially as that line begins to approach some of the larger metropolitan areas. I mean, you could have hundreds of thousands lose power in places like Chicago in fairly short order, right? Meanwhile, I guess these stories kind of go hand in hand here. Yeah, Georgia is asking a judge to toss out a Department of Justice lawsuit challenging the state's new election law. In a motion to dismiss filed this past day, federal court in Atlanta, lawyers for the state called the lawsuit a politicized intrusion into the state's constitutional authority to regulate their elections. That is 100% correct. The state's election laws are reasonable, non-discriminatory, and well within the mainstream of election laws around the country. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the lawsuit last month, saying Republican state lawmakers in Georgia had rushed the election overhaul through with intent to deny black voters equal access to the ballot, which is ludicrous. The move by the Biden administration 2 weeks after Garland said his department is going to look closely at Republican-led efforts to tighten voting rules. He said the federal government would act if prosecutors found unlawful activity. At some point, are they going to determine requiring an identification to vote is unlawful? That's pretty much what they're aiming at. A voter ID requirement for absentee ballots. It shortens the time period for requesting absentee ballots and allows fewer drop boxes in Metro Atlanta than were available for last year's election. Those are some of the things that caught the attention, they say, of the federal government. The governor, Brian Kemp, said, hey, this lawsuit is loaded with partisan talking points and outright falsehoods because it is political propaganda aimed at justifying their unconstitutional federal takeover of election laws around this country. And that's pretty much what it comes down to. Which brings me to story number 2, a new poll showing that a solid majority of voters do not want the federal government involved in election law, especially regarding voter registration. 67% of voters reject the idea that federal agencies would be able to override their state's election procedures. Another showed that 71% opposed a federal takeover of voter registration if they knew that a state's voter registration procedure would become dependent on the politics of whomever's in the White House at that time. Overall, they found that 58% of voters reject a federal takeover of state registration procedures. Yeah, a priority for Democrats in D.C. right now is passing legislation that would essentially federalize the elections. Remember the H.R. 1, the For the People Act, which was blocked by the Senate by a Republican filibuster last month. They're still going to pursue any avenue possible to try to take over election law. All right, with that news break time, we hit the bottom of the hour, and we'll come back with more here on a Thursday. Great to have you with us. If you'd like to jump on board, chime in this morning. Our number is 844-844-3388. I'll get to a couple of other industry headlines when we come back here. And quickly, let me just do a quick double check, see if they've got any additional advisories coming in out of northern Illinois. Just severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. This latest, this storm moving southeast at 55 miles per hour, producing 70 mile per hour straight line winds. Making a beeline toward the Chicago area. We return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas's governor is sending the National Guard to the state's border with Mexico to help local law enforcement arrest migrants illegally crossing into the state. Governor Greg Abbott requested the extra manpower, saying that law enforcement needs more assistance in dealing with the influx of migrants that continue to overwhelm border authorities. As part of their efforts to stem the flow into the state, Texas law enforcement officials began arresting illegal migrants on trespassing charges last week. And the Senate has voted to advance a bipartisan infrastructure package, opening debate on the bill, which allocates $550 billion into transportation projects, broadband expansion, and utilities. Wednesday's 67-32 vote comes following days of negotiations among a bipartisan group of senators, eventually trimming the bill down from the $579 billion worth of spending in the framework agreed upon with the White House. This is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, Utah Highway Patrol still working to piece together the chain of events that led to that 22-vehicle pileup on I-15 last weekend. What a mess. Ultimately, 8 people dead, including 4 children. Highway Patrol says they believe the chain reactions started with one crash that blocked the roadway, leading to multiple crashes as other motorists tried to slow down or avoid the wreckage. These crashes culminated in a semi-truck successfully stopping to avoid the previous wrecks, which then caused an even larger pileup as vehicles smashed into the back of the semi. We're still looking into what people did that played a part in this crash with low visibility like that. It was a dust storm, by the way. Visibility probably dropped almost near zero. Low visibility and what people experience there, very, very dangerous situation, not being able to see what's in front of you. Like a crash in front of you, you're driving right into it. Now, the Highway Patrol believes there were more vehicles that were at least partially involved in the wrecks, but that these motorists may have kept driving or exited the freeway. With the size and the scope of the scene, officers still looking and trying to put all the pieces together as far as what actually happened first, and we're not even sure we have all the vehicles that were involved in the crash. Any driver who was involved in the crash but didn't stick around are encouraged to contact the Nehi office of the Highway Patrol. All right, then this guy, he gets a total dumbass nominee. Pennsylvania authorities charging a New Jersey truck driver over a large-scale fuel spill that took place near an elementary school, triggering what prosecutors called an environmental catastrophe. He was a fuel delivery driver, 36-year-old George Smith, charged with 8 felony counts and 2 misdemeanors, including causing and risking a catastrophe and Clean Streams law violations. This was back on June the 12th, a spill in Delaware County, PA, that forced the evacuation of the elementary school in Brookhaven and killed off a bunch of wildlife. We've determined the defendant's deliberate actions caused this fuel discharge. Motivated by a desire to speed up his route, the defendant poured in excess of 4,000 gallons of gas over an embankment bordering an elementary school, causing damage to a nearby stream, wildlife, vegetation, resulting in the closure of the school. As a fuel delivery driver, the defendant was entrusted with a hazardous product, gasoline. He owed a duty of care to all of us. He chose self-interest over the safety of the community and the safety of the children at the school, according to the district attorney there. Apparently, he filled up with 8,500 gallons of gas to begin his daily deliveries. Reportedly deviated from his route and went first to the Gas and Go location that was supposed to be his last stop. Well, because another tanker driver had already delivered to that location earlier in the day, he was only able to fill up the station's tanks with 4,500 gallons of gas. Smith would have had to make a partial fill-up at his next stop and then return to the fuel depot that would have added time to his daily deliveries. They've got surveillance video of Smith at the Gas and Go dumping the remaining 4,000 of gallons of gas down an embankment. During the fuel delivery stop, the defendant placed the fuel hose on the ground next to the guardrail, as evidenced by dead vegetation, The hose placement in the surveillance video corresponds with the flow of gas down the embankment from the station into a small wooded area between the station and the elementary school. Dead wildlife, fox, fish, eels. In the wake of the fuel spill, more than 100 truckloads worth of contaminated soil have now subsequently had to be removed from that area. So the idea that he would have had to make the next delivery, then go back to the depot to get enough to go back and finish the job, he thought, well, I'll just dump the 4,000 gallons here, go get the correct amount, and only have to make one more run. Wow. Okay, you can't make this stuff up, can you? Hello, Chevy guy.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I know we're all worried about sports and that the athletes, might take a knee. And you know what? There's people even worse than that. And I think it needs to be brought up because we constantly hear about how the illness of America and the evil that took place. Now, I can go home and turn on NPR. They're constantly running, the mid '60s, the struggles and everything, and they're legit. But here's the reason why we stand. In 1940s, World War II was raging. Out in the Pacific, there was a speck of an island, had a radio tower, and it set 600 miles off Japan. And it was it basically was the communication for all the islands throughout the Pacific. So the U.S. Navy sent a huge armada there, and they were attacking this place for a week. Well, about this time, a group of bombers, pilot, Dunkless bombers, you got a three-man crew. You got the pilot and then the two others, and this group is flying over, and they're dive bombers. What they do, they come up almost directly overhead, and they dive down. Well, this young pilot, the youngest Navy pilot on record at that time, he pulls his plane into the dive, and he follows it down, his other squadron members. And as he's diving down, he's still too far away to drop his bomb for accuracy, and his plane's already been hit. It's already on fire, and he holds his dive until he can finally let go of his bomb and do a legitimate hit on the target. As he pulls his plane up and over and away from the island, he knows he's hit. He knows he's going down. There's no way to get back to the carrier. He holds that plane and it's on raging fire, and he's just trying to get as far away from the Japanese-controlled island as he can. Meanwhile, his other squadron members were bailing out left and right. They were hit. He held his plane until finally he felt like he could hold it no more, and then he hollered out to bail out. He did. When he come down, he hit the water just about the time to see his plane finally hit the water and explode. And he had to cut himself free from his chute. And when he cut himself free from the chute, there, amazingly, 6 feet away from him was a single man raft. He climbed in it, and he was hollering for his crew members. A little bit later, 6 hours later, a U.S. Navy submarine raises up and rescues him. Now, that's part of the story. But here, he was the only one. He was the only one that was shot down that day that survived. All his squadron members that bailed out were captured by the Japanese. There were 6 of them. The first one, when they were captured, now remember, these Japanese for a couple of weeks been being bombed and strafed, and their friends have been blown away, killed. So they were in total enraged. They beheaded the first one. All right. And then after they beheaded the first one, remember the 5 are standing there seeing the young man beheaded. After that, they ended up tying the next one. And the commander of the island said he wanted to make his officers tough. So they actually harvested. They killed the man and harvested his innards.
Wow.
and they found because of the lack of fresh meat, they mixed with the rice, the fresh meat, and they found it pleasurable. So they did the other, right on down to the final, the 6th. They were having the Japanese surgeons go in, take out body parts if they're tied to the stake. And as they're taking, now there's a reason for this story. It's not just being gory. It's a reason for this story. And if anybody's out there don't understand this, please understand this is what we're getting at. That last man who has already just seen his squadron mates harvested until they finally died, or there was no meat left on the bones. They kept them alive to keep the meat fresh in that heat. You got to wonder what that last man, after he's seen that nightmare, what would he think about what they're doing to us? What they're doing to us about robbing the American people of their votes. What they're doing, Nancy Pelosi and them are doing up there at D.C. right now, because people were reacting to the fact that their vote has been, they believe that there's enough people that believe that their vote was being, they've been robbed of their votes. And they wanted to protest it. But no, they're actually making them into some kind of criminal for protesting. Got to wonder, what would that man think about what the Democrats are doing to this country right now? So yes, believe it or not, there are people out here right now that are worse than those athletes that take a knee. They're just absolutely, they're doing more to dishonor this country and dishonor the memory of our fighting men. That, mind you, it was President George Bush Sr. that was that young pilot that was rescued. 170 some odd men on that submarine raised up to rescue that one pilot, putting that crew in that submarine at risk. The Japanese were all over that island and no doubt were shooting at it. It was in gun range. But I'm sorry, the bravery, and what they were fighting for this country so we could have it, and it was passed down. My dad was World War II era. He passed it down to me. I'm 64 years old, and I can honestly say this. What I'm passing down to my kids and my grandkids is pathetic. It's just totally pathetic, and it comes down to something. Hey, I want you, the critical race theory. There's stuff in there that's legit. I wish they'd have taught us about Tuskegee Airmen. We needed to know about a lot of this stuff that went on, and it doesn't look good for government, that's for sure, but hey, let's live and learn. But let's also include the war stories, the things it took to make this country what it is. And that's why, if anybody wonders why I get so upset over what the Democrats are doing, it's because I'm too educated. It's too educated because I'm sorry, when I was a child, that Victory at Sea would come on. So I did not miss on Saturday afternoon. I watched Victory at Sea. I mean, come on, right after the cartoons. So, and I grew up in a Democrat home. I mean, Union Democrat foster home. And I guarantee you that old man, during World War II, he didn't have hearing. His ears were messed up. So he was working up there at the Blimp House in Akron, Ohio, and they were making tires for the P-51 Mustangs and mounting them on the wheels and shipping them out. But I'll tell you what, we did not miss a parade. 4th of July parade. It was never talked to. You just knew when you were there, when that flag come by, he stood up. Guess what? He never told us. I mean, I stood up. My foster brothers stood up, and it was instilled in us. So what's being instilled in these young people today, what they're doing is aggravating. They look like a clown show representing our country right now, and mostly the ones that would more likely to protest. But what's being instilled in these people is it's deeper than just them athletes. It's deeper, and I don't know. The Moose is right. It looks more and more like we're rolling around the bowl. I don't know what they expect to have when they finally destroy the Republican Party, conservatives, because guess what? They're still going to vote. Now, we'll end up voting as Democrats, and then we're going to vote conservative. Inside the Democrat will be conservative Democrats. So guess what? They still might lose the situation.
Well, it's gonna take until they reach their desired destination, which is a socialist country. They honestly think they can do it different than others. You say, well, look at Venezuela. Well, Venezuela didn't do it right. We can do it different. And socialism is the way to go. Until they reach that point, and yes, have destroyed the country, and most of us are dead and gone by then. There's few remaining conservatives. And then they realize, what have we done? What have we created? And they'll rue the day that they ever voted for the likes of AOC and Nancy Pelosi and Bernie Sanders and the squad taking this country down the path of socialism. But they honestly think that is the correct route. Because they're being told and taught and believing that this country was, to be white means you're automatically a racist. That this country was founded on as a racist country. But right there, we got to get a quick timeout, all right? Thanks for checking in again, Chevy Guy. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I just got a message from Tater out there on the roadways. He said, hey, Steve, wind is getting vicious here in Iowa. About 23 miles east of Cedar Rapids, light rain here, but the wind gusts, unbelievable. Everybody be safe out there heading back to Dayton. And looks like this storm's going to be chasing me for a while. Yeah, probably is. Timing-wise, I think I had pulled it up here somewhere. For further south into our region, yeah, timing-wise, storm's expected to roll through between, Eskimo Mom was correct, west central Ohio, between like 8 and 11 this morning. Then you get on further south, areas from Dayton to Wilmington to Chillicothe, between like 2 and 5 in the afternoon. Probably getting closer to the 5 o'clock hour. Cincinnati is in the 2 to 5 p.m. zone. Then south of that, it's 5 to 8. So I'm thinking, here in Cincinnati direct, it's probably going to be closer to the 4 or 5 o'clock hour as the line rolls through. Then heads on down into northern Kentucky between 5 and 8 p.m. So, severe storms currently in Wisconsin will continue their trek southeast, impacting the highlighted counties progressively through the day. They are forecast to weaken as they head south, but damaging winds will be the primary threat. So we're not supposed to be seeing quite what they've been dealing with there in Wisconsin and on into northern Illinois this morning, where they are taking a pounding. All right, a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, let's get back to the calls here. Would that be JR on the line?
That's me. Thanks for taking my call.
What's going on, JR?
I got a question. Well, I'm riding through Greencastle, Pennsylvania, just having way too much fun. Somebody stop me. How are you today, Steve? Hello?
Go ahead, JR. You were kind of breaking up there. So I heard somebody stop me.
Yeah, somebody stop me. I'm having too much fun. Got a question for you. When's Monkey Gouger going to do the weekend for you?
I know he'd love to do that. I don't know. Could you? Who in the hell in the right mind could handle 5 hours of a monkey gouger?
Oh, it ought to be entertaining. Keep us awake on the weekend.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But I do want to thank Chevy Guy for the little history lesson. Very educational. That's something you don't read in the history books. But anyhow, so when's Monkey Gouger going to start on the weekends? That's my main question.
Well, okay. I guess I'll have to take that under advisement. He's just goofing. He's goofing around. But it's like, I don't know what we're going to be. I don't know what the anticipation is if we're going to even do a weekend program at any point in time. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I was just having a little bit of fun. Have a good morning. Take care.
All right. There you go. Who'd you rather have, Monkey Gouger or Horsey Feathers? He's been chomping at the bit to do the weekend thing too. But all right, let me see. I'm looking back at the radar here. Dubuque, heavy rain from Dubuque to Platteville. Let's see. The line again. It's weakened a bit, but it's already pushed through Rockford. You still got plenty of rain between Rockford and Janesville in Wisconsin. Rockford, Illinois, and Janesville, Wisconsin. Let's see. Elgin, Illinois. Storm's going to be pushing into Rochelle in fairly short order. Unless we see some filling in. I don't know. Chicago's going to be kind of on the eastern tip of this really strong line. But, we'll keep an eye on that here. As Chicago, probably within the next 30, 40 minutes, we'll see this line pushing in as it heads on down through northern Illinois and western Iowa. And our number is 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas's governor is sending the National Guard to the state's border with Mexico to help local law enforcement arrest migrants illegally crossing into the state. Governor Greg Abbott requested the extra manpower, saying that law enforcement needs more assistance in dealing with the influx of migrants that continue to overwhelm border authorities. As part of their efforts to stem the flow into the state, Texas law enforcement officials began arresting illegal migrants on trespassing charges last week. And the Senate has voted to advance a bipartisan infrastructure package, opening debate on the bill, which allocates $550 billion into transportation projects, broadband expansion, and utilities. Wednesday's 67-32 vote comes following days of negotiations among a bipartisan group of senators, eventually trimming the bill down from the $579 billion worth of spending in the framework agreed upon with the White House. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has moved to stop the transportation of illegal migrants in his state. His executive order bans the ground transportation of those released into the country to await court dates or processing and only allows for them to be moved by law enforcement officials. Senator Ted Cruz says that President Biden has allowed the crisis at the southern border to become a superspreader event. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the White House's policies have allowed the virus to spread in border states.
The Biden administration has released over 50,000 illegal aliens without even giving them a court date. Just release them, and you know what? They're asked to report into ICE. About 13% of them report into ICE. It's spreading COVID in our communities, and I'll tell you right now, the election of Joe Biden becoming president of this country was a COVID super spreader event because they're releasing illegal aliens in South Texas and all across the country with COVID, and they're spreading COVID, and yet their radical policies, they don't want to do anything to protect us.
This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down. 3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The CDC announced Tuesday a major change in its mask policy, now recommending that people start wearing masks again in indoor public spaces in areas with high levels of COVID transmission. This applies even if you're vaccinated. The change coming as the Delta variant of the virus has spurred a rise in new infections across the country, especially among those who are unvaccinated. But Dr. Scott Gottlieb says we may be nearing the end of the wave of infections. The former FDA commissioner tells CNBC that the U.S. may soon be following the trajectory that the U.K. has experienced, even as the Delta variant hits different parts of the country at different times.
We were probably about 3 weeks behind the UK. The UK clearly is on a downslope. They've seen an uptick in the last day, but they've seen a sustained trend over the last week of declining cases. I would expect some of the southern states that really were the epicenter of this epidemic to start rolling over in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Now, the problem is that this is a big country, and we're going to see the epidemic sweep across the country in different portions at different times. And so the Northeast and northern states will start to see more Delta spread as the South comes out of this. With the UK, it really revolves around what happens in London. Here in this country, it's going to be much more regionalized. Now, I don't expect the density of the spread of Delta in states like New York or Michigan to be what it was in the South. We have more vaccine coverage up there. We've had more prior infection. But you will see an uptick in cases, even in states where there's a lot of vaccine coverage, probably just not as severe.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back for our final hour. One more time around here on a Thursday morning. All right, looking at the reports coming in from the National Weather Service there. Yeah, northeast Illinois. Right now, you've got severe thunderstorm warning stretching from DeKalb to Aurora to Joliet to Chicago. Yes, down into Gary, Indiana. The whole region. As this line comes in, bringing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, what was the latest advisory? Kendall County, Will County, Grundy County, Cook County. That's Chicago itself. Right, Lake County in northwest Indiana. That's Gary, Indiana. The storm line moving south at 45 miles per hour, 70-mile-per-hour gusts. According to emergency management, multiple reports of wind damage already across the northern Chicago metro. Expect considerable tree damage, power outages. Back over to power outage to U.S. I'll do a quick refresh. We were at like 76,000 in Wisconsin. It's now 99,000 plus. See, the numbers are growing rapidly. Illinois right now, as the storms are just moving into northern Illinois, right about 7,000, but the numbers are creeping up. Going to be big numbers by a couple hours from now. We'll check the numbers before we get out. I see how much. We'll go from 7,000 to see how many are without power by the time we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern time. All right, we'll turn the camera back on there. Get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Would this be the blind man? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Well, when I got back from my foot doctor yesterday, Chevy guy left me a message, and he wanted me to call all the talk shows I could call in and say that when it comes down to it, Biden is causing biological war on the red states by allowing the illegal aliens to come in, and then they're flowing around the country, especially in the red states. So we could consider this biological war. So I did my job. I called Sebastian Gorka and told him the same thing and mentioned your show and told him what my handle was. And he says, good for you. Good for you. Yes, he is causing biological war. Second thing I wanted to talk about, you're talking about these severe thunderstorms. Well, there's another phenomenon called E-skip, and it's caused, they think it's caused by severe thunderstorms. And what happens is the E layer of the ionosphere becomes reflective and bounces TV and FM signals. And there was a pretty good skip on July 13th, and I was pulling in several FM stations, mainly from Minnesota and South Dakota. And I also got, for a few minutes, an oldie station in Winnipeg and some French stations in Quebec. And the most interesting catch I ever got was I pulled in a couple of FM stations from Newfoundland back in 2010. So in a way, I really enjoy these E-skips. You never know what you're going to pull in.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Yeah, so if you ever run across an FM station that fades in and out, chances are it's about 1,000 to 2,000 miles away.
Wow. I know you
I've also gotten Cuba too.
I know you get the big skip on the
my
AM
neighbor came
band.
over one time. And
I had never heard of FM.
Pardon?
I'd never heard of FM doing the skip. I know, like AM radio, you get the skip, especially during the nighttime hours where hell, it can go halfway around the world. But I didn't realize
well,
FM
that's
did
normal, but FM is more unusual. And an amateur radio friend told me when TV first came out, there was a Channel 1, but because of the E-skip and all the complaints that they dropped Channel 1, that's why you have channels 2 through 13. And it affects the lower VHF band 2 through 6, because I do remember getting some good TV skip from the same places: Minnesota, South Dakota, Iowa, Missouri, Shreveport, Cuba. That was really interesting when they started doing color broadcasting, and they would show cartoons that I remember watching in the 50s. That's how, backwards they are. They're still showing old TV shows, I guess. And then when digital TV came in, I had a bigger opportunity getting Cuba and Canada, and now I understand that those countries have gone digital, so I've lost the ability to DX on AM, but I can still do it on FM. So maybe today I'll be able to witness another FM skip.
Interesting. I wonder if that had anything to do with the solar winds that hit the country yesterday. It was actually the early morning hours yesterday, Wednesday morning. And according to the report from Space Weather, rare blue auroras, Aurora Borealis, appeared over Canada. Solar wind stream hit the atmosphere. First contact rattled Earth's magnetic field, sparking rare blue auroras over Canada. They've got a photograph sent from Joel Weatherly from just outside of Edmonton, Ontario. He said, despite light pollution, clouds, and bright moonlight, the auroras put on a spectacular show. Note the blue on top. It is a beautiful picture. Auroras are almost always green and sometimes red or purple. Blue is rare. Weatherly can thank the moon for the appearance. Blue is a sign of bright moonlight hitting the top of the auroras, apparently. Resonant scattering high up in the aurora zone. Ionized nitrogen molecules naturally produce blue light. Just a little. The geomagnetic glow is usually too faint to see, but when these ions get hit by moonlight, they capture and re-emit blue photons from the moon. Voila! Extra blue. Okay. And they do say yesterday as well, a magnetic filament in the sun's northern hemisphere erupted. The resulting CME is going to pass Earth on August 1st, barely missing our planet. NOAA analysts are still studying the eruption. There's a chance the forecast could go from a near miss to maybe a glancing blow. So that could spark some additional auroras August 1st. So it's going to be hitting Sunday morning, I guess. All right, so little space weather in the mix. Meanwhile, 15 past the hour, Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Hold on, I'm flipping this other truck driver off. He just come down that ramp, about run all over me there. Well, anyway, he's out of the way. I showed him number one there. I had two cars beside me. He come off that ramp, didn't care. That's the type of driver we got out here nowadays. Real dumbasses, Steve. But anyway, monkey gouger or horse feathers, I wouldn't want to listen to either one of them for 5 hours. And I especially wouldn't want to hear myself for 5 hours. That's why I'm glad we got Steve Sommers overnight drive radio, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, you got a couple $1 million laying around, Steve?
Yeah, sure. How about you send you a check?
Yeah, yeah, come on. We're going to buy Pat Garrett's pistol he used to shoot Billy the Kid with. The starting bid will be $2 million. They figure it's going to go roughly for $3 million, maybe a little bit more there. So, I mean, that's a pretty iconic piece of history there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so I'm surprised somebody ain't told a fit over that thing being sold. Did you see where that seagull slammed into that girl's face on that amusement park ride? That was funny. I bet she peed her britches when that thing happened, buddy.
I wonder if the bird crapped all over her when it hit her.
I didn't say, but it showed a video of her, and I mean, she got all excited about it there, right? I don't blame her. I probably would too, but I ain't gonna be up on no Ferris wheel anymore anyway. So, well, let's find out a little about Steve Sommers a little bit. What food in the generic brand would you absolutely refuse to buy at the grocery store?
Probably ketchup.
Ketchup? Yeah, I agree with that. Mine would probably be Fritos corn chips. I don't buy them off-brand, that stuff. They don't taste no good. That and mayonnaise there, right?
Yeah, mayonnaise. Yep, bingo.
Yep. That Biden being a truck driver, hell, that's the funniest thing I've seen all day, Steve. I don't know. It's just, I don't think, taking a ride in a truck is a whole lot different than driving one. I can guarantee you. And just taking one trip from wherever he went to, from Ohio over to Ohio, that don't make him no truck driver. I can guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
We got some sad news down there in the office today. There's a line from a George Jones song that says, I've had choices since the day that I was born. I've heard those voices that told me right from wrong. If I had listened, I wouldn't be here today, living and dying with the choices I've made. Well, we all make choices, Steve. They're either good choices or bad choices. Our IT guy, our internet tech guy, he's got Delta variant of COVID, Steve. He's in his late 30s, maybe early 40s there. They've already signed a death warrant on him. Said he's going to die. Said they asked the family that if his heart stopped, do you want to use the paddles on him to bring him back or just let him go? And they said if they use the paddles, it'll break his ribs and cause more complications, which probably wasn't going to help anyway. So, but he went out his way. He refused to get the vaccine. So, that was his choice. That's the choices we all live with. Some of them you think are right, some of them you think are wrong there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products, get it in there before the second, that way you get that cheap price. I think it was a date you said, right? And especially buy some of them Steve Sommers overnight drive products, especially you women with the T-shirts there, because I like seeing Steve's name all standing up there looking nice and perky looking. So, and that's all my baloney for right now, Mr. Steve Sommers. Have a great morning. We'll poke at you later, brother.
All right. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. There you'll find that at overnightdriveradio.com. Yes, you will. All right. T-shirts, hats, travel mugs, stickers. Somebody was asking about the larger stickers. Forgot to ask Kyle about that. I know Kyle's going to be headed out bright and early this morning because he's going to be headed down south to, I believe he's going to be, where are we at? We in Tennessee this weekend? Let me pull that up. I believe it is. The big diesel challenge. Let's see. Yeah, Crossville, Tennessee. There it is. Crossville. He'll be hitting the road this morning for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Rocky Top Diesel Shootout 8. Crossville Dragway in Crossville, Tennessee. If you make it by Friday, Saturday, 2-day event, everybody always looks forward to the Rocky Top Shootout. Fastest diesel racers in the country, including the world's fastest. The Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 will be there. 2-day event. Motorcycle stunt show display for both days. Friday, you've got testing, qualifying routes. Under the lights then, Friday night, a gas versus diesel shootout. Saturday, you kick the day off with more qualifying for the outlaw diesel drag racers. Eliminations get underway that afternoon. So, 2 days of action. Make sure to stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth. Kyle will be there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. Check it out. All right, looking at 21 past the hour. We got clear lines. Fly Rod just dropped off. Maybe he'll dial us back up. Or I think that was Fly Rod. Danny Diesel. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Our power is back. 3 others spin silver into gold. And a weather prayer is answered in Chapel Hill. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We'll admit, a wet start to summer had put us in a grumpy mood. But everything Toma, Rockwell, and Franklin tried their hardest to be, the Lions' Super Bowl of the South was, with no threat of rain and a brand new pit area teeming with the powerful, beautiful machines that bring fans from all over the Mid-South to the tiny town of Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and viewers from all around the world to ntpa.tv. In Superstock Diesel, 12-time Grand National Champion Ez Delane from Dayton, Minnesota, got his quad-turbocharged Diggin' Fever International 460 into the winner's circle for the first time in 2021 and ended Friday evening in sole possession of first place in the standings. On Saturday, Brandon Hunt of Oak Grove, Kentucky, having finished second to Lane the night before, improved his position by 1.
With some authority, he's going to be out here at the big end of the track, living a dream. Brandon Hunt. Tonight, you take the win.
Really just knocked the rust off. I didn't change anything in the motor. Year and a half off, I was a little rusty coming out of the hole. I just kind of, I don't know, concentrate a little harder than I am. Just come on. The fans, this is my favorite place pool in the world.
Announcers Jeremy, Miles, and Butch Krieger on ntpa.tv. In Modified Mini, Prospect, Ohio's Sam McCrary picked a most picturesque venue for his first ever Grand National win. McCrary's Carbon Copy was 3 feet better than Austin Boyd's Green Streak Black in Session 1 and about 2 tractor lengths forward of drag racing Hall of Famer and defending champ Ken Veeney's Funny Little Farmall, who took third both nights to assume the lead in the points. In Session 2, the division's winningest driver in the Volunteer State took the reins of Cowboy Up.
Carried the wheels. That thing was beautiful. Straight down the track.
Later on Saturday night, Bauer climbed aboard his 5 Hemi 15,000 horsepower Unlimited Modified and brought the crowd to its feet for a second time.
And you can count them clearly. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 sitting right in front of the driver. Adam Bauer out of Peyton, Iowa.
Did you make many changes from yesterday on the tractor?
No, all we did was tighten bolts and look at stuff. So special thanks to all the orange shirts here this weekend. The track crew, you done a hell of a job this weekend. Thanks to everybody.
That came 24 hours after fellow Iowan Chuck Knapp of Charles City took the 4-engine Screamin' D to his second consecutive win, dating to Rockwell. Knapp and Bauer's cross-threaded are now just 3 points apart. In Pro Stock, hired gun Carlton Cope of Salem, Ohio, traded his wrench for driving gloves and piloted the Mike Connie family's Mac Nasty John Deere to a Friday night win. But it was the Case IH fans' turn on Saturday as Session 1 runner-up Rob Russell chose the right-hand lane for his Candy Apple Workhorse Pro from Prescott, Iowa, and earned himself a spot on the 2022 t-shirt.
New leader, 329.010.
Hey, you get on the t-shirt. How about that for next year?
Hey, I've been on her before, but it's been a long time. Guess I'll have to come back.
And in four-wheel drive trucks, Goodhue, Minnesota's Mark Mangan and his Outlaw Chevrolet won the Friday night gunfight over Carmen Foster's Foster Child and Jake Zaring's Rule 19. But on Saturday night, it was ladies first.
Carmen Foster goes to the number 1 spot.
Don't you just love it when you kick the man?
Sometimes it's nice. I did drive a little bit harder.
Anybody want to thank tonight?
Mom and Dad. I have the best role models ever.
With their high finishes, both Zaring and Foster have moved into the top 4 in the standings, just behind Ted Skelton's Rock and the Holman Brothers Foreplay. This weekend, on Friday and Saturday, July 30th and 31st, it's simultaneous Grand National events, each within earshot of the Indiana border. In Western Ohio, it's the Fort Recovery NTPA Grand Nationals at Ambassador Park, featuring 4 premier-level classes: Superstock diesel tractors, Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, mini and unlimited modifieds, plus regional national modifieds, and the NTPA debut of light limited Superstock tractors. Also in northwestern Kentucky, it's the Meade County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Brandenburg those same nights, with light Superstock, Super Farm, and Pro Stock tractors, plus naturally aspirated four-wheel drive trucks. Fort Recovery will be live streamed to the world at ntpa.tv, and afterward the results of both, along with regional action in Hamilton, Ohio on Thursday, Marysville, Ohio on Friday, and Viroqua, Wisconsin on Saturday, may be viewed at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate has voted to advance a bipartisan infrastructure package, opening a possible days-long debate on the more than $1 trillion bill, which allocates $550 billion of new spending into transportation projects, broadband expansion, and utilities. Wednesday's 67-32 vote comes following days of negotiations among a bipartisan group of senators, eventually trimming the bill down from the $579 billion worth of spending in the framework agreed upon with the White House. And the Biden administration is reportedly reconsidering its plan to lift restrictions that kept migrants from applying for asylum to help fight the spread of COVID. The White House was expected to lift Title 42 this summer, but after the recent spread of the virus due to the Delta variant, Politico reporting that the restrictions will stay in place, the administration was expected to start to loosen the restrictions at the end of July. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388, as he just said. I know Sylvester's with us. I see him chiming in over in the chat room. And reminding those who have not yet made the move, if you're still watching us on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page, you've got this morning and tomorrow morning. That's it. Yeah, come Sunday night, Monday morning, it won't be there. You have to make the switch over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page on YouTube, okay? So to make that switch, I think most of you probably have by now. Of course, the Facebook page via Hot Shot Secret was dropped off several months ago. But, yeah, this is it. Yeah, Friday morning will be the last morning. It's on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. It's a very simple switch. We've been sharing that link throughout the last couple of weeks. Yeah, seeing as Sylvester's with us, I saw some of the reports there from the land down under, where, I mean, you guys are under just, I mean, crazy. I mean, it's almost like you've turned the clock back more than a year and a half, almost, like where you were in February of 2020, when this whole pandemic thing was just beginning. It's fines for the rule breakers in New South Wales have doubled. Police can now shut down businesses and construction sites under wide-ranging new powers. Yeah, speaking on Thursday, a furious David Elliott, the Minister for Police and Emergency Services, said people doing the right thing have had a gutful of these people that are flouting the restrictions. That is evident by the fact that we're getting tens of thousands of people reporting breaches through Crime Stoppers. Under the new powers granted by the police commissioner, businesses, construction sites, public premises can be shut down immediately if there's a risk to public health. The penalty for not wearing a mask is now more than doubled. It's $500 if you don't wear a mask. It's not something we want to do. It's, in fact, something we cannot wait to end or shred, as he said. But it's quite clear from the overwhelming number of people not doing the right thing, the same overwhelming number of people who are doing the right thing have had a gutful of their fellow residents. The new high-visibility police operation will deploy thousands of officers across Greater Sydney, Australia. In addition to the expanded police powers, lockdown restrictions will be tightened for residents of 8 Sydney local government areas already dealing with tougher measures, starting at the midnight hour, 12 a.m. Friday. Residents, they list a whole number of towns: Blacktown, Campbelltown, Canterbury, Cumberland, Fairfield, and on it goes. Liverpool will all be subject to new exercise, masking, and shopping rules. We've gone all the way back to a restart, it's what it looks like to me, back to where we were, instead of making progress. All right, let's see what's going on with Horse Feathers. Finally checking in. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I don't know, maybe they need to start shooting people. If you're supposed to be wearing a mask and you're not wearing a mask, maybe they ought to just shoot them. How would that work?
Mm-hmm.
I think I don't know. Maybe that's a little extreme, but anyway. So what's up with this monkey gouger there? Has he got his mechanical fingers stuck in his ear, or doesn't he hear the radio right, or what's the deal?
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't say anything about any sound-altering, voices. I asked if he had a sound effect machine, because he's always kapow, a bang, whoop, whoop, and all kinds of, all kinds of noises, and I figured he had a sound effect machine, or you were doing it for him, so that, because, I mean, he does NASCAR, and you hear the engine sounds when he's doing his NASCAR and stuff. I just figured he had a sound effect machine or something there with him. But anyways, now I wouldn't have called the princess at 3 o'clock in the morning there. I would have made sure it was about midnight while she's still up listening to the show.
Yeah, right. She does typically start off listening to the show.
Yeah, I know by 3 o'clock there, her head's on that little comfy pillow, that little satin pillow you got all fluffed up for her and everything. But no, I'd definitely done it a lot earlier than that. I'm smarter than that, but as I say, I just was figuring it would be a bad idea to do the three-way thing and just link you in and have you link in and do that. But anyways, now, so I don't know. You were talking about that Simone Biles there with the Olympics and that. Have you heard any more? Because you were saying last night that it looked like she was dropped out, but I was hearing some reports there that she could still compete in the individual competitions. I guess she has a chance to decide that up until next week or something.
Okay.
For the individual.
Yeah, because she withdrew. She withdrew from the team anyway, the team competition. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, but I guess so far your weather forecast, you and the AccuWeather gods are spot on there. So we had our thunderstorms and showers roll through in the evening, and down here in Virginia, they were actually south of D.C. They were running across 95 here north of Fredericksburg, that type of area. Probably about 1-2 o'clock in the morning there was still some storms there, but looks like they've all pretty well ended up. For right now, things are starting to dry out, but they're talking probably by 2 o'clock in the afternoon having that windstorm you're talking about there come blowing through here. So I guess, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon they're saying for it to be out here. So
interesting. I mean, that's about the same time we're expecting them to move through our area. About 4 or 5 o'clock, it's supposed to be moving in.
Yeah, they said mid afternoon there. So I don't know, unless our guys are off a little bit, they could be. And you never know with those weather type people there. Some of them get paid a lot of money to make bad predictions. But not in your case. We always trust you pretty good there. So I was gonna ask there. I started reading that that note I got there in the email there from Hot Shot Secret there about a price increase, and I was kind of scared it was because they hired a high-priced radio star to, go to work for them. They were going to have to jack the prices up. And then I got down a little further there and saw the inflation part there about bottles costing more and caps, and I don't know. It's probably labor to screw the caps on. They probably have to pay them what, $15 an hour now. So.
I'm not sure what they're making. Guarantee you this: the cost of this of running this gig here. Yeah, the overhead's up there. It's not cheap.
Yeah. So anyways, now that we have this inflation going on and prices are going up and everything, how do all these people feel about making their $15 an hour? Do they feel like they're still making $15 an hour, or are they going to want more now? Are they going to want $20 an hour because all these prices are going up? When are we going to start hearing about have to have $20 an hour jobs?
They've already. I mean, the numbers came out a few days ago for the month of June. Yeah, wages were up like 3.6%, but the 5.4% inflation increase means the money in your pocket, you actually had 2% less spending power, even with the wages. Inflation's killing.
Yep. Isn't it a wonderful thing? It's going to come around to bite somebody there in the rear end there, and I don't know. As you said, by the time it's all over and done with, I don't think we'll be around to see it. But I sure feel bad for our grandkids because they won't even know how to even try to set things back to right, because at this point they're so busy burning all the history books. They won't have anything to refer back to find out what the good way was. So. I don't know. Maybe we can archive some Archie Bunker shows there and the Jeffersons and get them there on a disc or something out in outer space where somebody can get their hands on them.
Yeah, no doubt.
Somebody will know how to put the world back to right there. They can watch some Archie Bunker there, right? So, but hey, with that, we'll let you get going there. And I don't know. I think I I've been trying to come up with show content, so before Monkey Gouger gets a chance to go his 5 hours there, he's got to come up with show content, At least I had the truck driver sing-along songs there we were going to do. So he didn't mention anything he was planning on doing for 5 hours on the weekend.
He's just going to talk your ears off for 5 hours. That's what he would do. Yap, 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 right? He can handle that. Let me see here. Yeah, our storm's moving up into, strong line now pushing through South Bend, Indiana. The line of thunderstorms extending up into southwestern Michigan. Then you get on back. The heaviest line, the winds have pushed through Chicago now and making a beeline down through Illinois, a line pushing into Joliet, Illinois. Things kind of break up a little bit between Chicago and Joliet, and then you get back over toward Rochelle, Illinois. Things are really kicking into high gear up into southwestern portions of Wisconsin and northeastern portions of Iowa. Yeah, I mean, you talk about frog-strangling rains. Dubuque's been in the rain for several hours. It's dropping all the way down to approaching Savannah, Illinois, Bellevue, Iowa. Our latest advisory out of Indiana. Let's see, if you're on I-80 right about now, about a 50-mile stretch, I-80 between the 52-mile marker and the 104-mile marker. You got 60-mile-an-hour winds pushing along in that region with a number of counties, about a half dozen counties, severe thunderstorm warnings. And they told us for several days, winds are going to be fierce with this line of storms. They were correct. Hey, good morning, Larry.
Good morning, Steve. I want to kind of share something that happened in Cincinnati that I know a little bit about, not a lot. You probably know more than I do. But I heard this saw this on an FOP post recently. So the deal is a Cincinnati police officer made what's called a probable cause traffic stop. During the traffic stop, he learned that the individual had 3 guns on his person. He had 2 of the guns he had were stolen. One of the guns had a large clip associated with it. So along with arresting this individual for having these stolen guns, he also found, I think the number was $40,000 in cash and 2 or 3 burner phones. Now, typically, this says drug dealer, drug dealer, drug dealer. So the individual was arrested for felony charges and arraigned the next day. Well, the police officer had confiscated the money, the guns, and the burner phones. And the police officer had filed for a search warrant to look at the history on those burner phones to see who that dealer had been dealing with. Well, when the individual went to court for arraignment, the judge set a very low bond based on everything that was involved here. So essentially, the individual bonded out for $250 cash.
Wow.
And keep in mind, he had on his person close to $40,000. Well, this judge, who was newly elected, came from a law firm in Cincinnati who historically sued the police for various things. So she was anti-police from the get-go. This judge winds up having the police officer arrested because he apparently, in her opinion, overstepped his authority at some point. So she arrested him for contempt of court. I don't know if you heard this or not, but Dan Hill's Cincinnati FOP was on a local radio station giving the details about this, I think it was yesterday or day before. That just to me is like, I can't even describe the word or the feelings I have for this judge's actions. Of course, they're filing a petition or some sort of claim with the state of Ohio to have this judge taken out of office, because that's just completely asinine. Here's a drug dealer, and they're supposed to be targeting, enforcement, aggressive enforcement on drug dealers and that sort of thing. So here's a guy with criminal history, illegal guns, $40,000 in cash on his person. I haven't carried that much money in my life.
Correct.
In cash. And then 3 burner phones, which burner phones are typically, if you register your burner phone, it's like John Smith or Jay Brown or something like that. They can't really trace who it is. So when you find the phone, now you have that individual connected to that phone who has talked to maybe the cartel or somebody else. God knows who he's been talking to. But that's what the police officer was trying to find out. So the judge arrested him for contempt of court for overreaching. That's just incomprehensible.
It is.
And I'm sure Pappy's heard about this with the FOP, but I don't know. Have you heard anything about that in Cincinnati?
Honestly, I had not. I had not seen or heard that story. I had not.
Yeah, it's infuriating as a citizen. Drug dealers prey on younger people particularly. They get them hooked up on the drugs in every city across the country. That's, the option for sometimes the targeted is the underprivileged. And that just blows me away that this judge can do that, even temporarily, and seemingly get away with it. You might want to check into that just a little bit.
Okay. I'll have to dig that story up. That's interesting.
Yeah, Dan Hills from Cincinnati PD FOP. He was on the local talk show this week. It's Billy Cunningham's podcast, and I can't remember the day, but it's pretty hair raising.
Well, I will check that out and get more on the story. I guess I don't follow a whole lot of Cincinnati news since I'm always following what's going on a more national scale,
Absolutely. That's why I just felt I'd bring it up and let you and the listening audience hear about such an asinine, decision by a sitting judge. To me, it's just absolutely unheard of. Actually, and this police officer was arrested in the courtroom, and he had to sit with the bad guys, waiting for his case to be called.
Wow. Yeah.
Incomprehensible.
How do you have how do you have a judge on the bench, a sitting judge on the bench that's anti-cop like that? That's my question.
I can't pronounce the lady's name. It's a very difficult name, but to know that she came from a law firm that was anti-police. Well, think about the sentiment in the last election that was anti-police anyway. That's how she got elected. It's just crazy.
All right. Well, Larry, thanks for the tip. The heads up there. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. Let me see here. MOON. Don't be confused, Moon. He said, where are you going to be next week if you're not on YouTube? We are going to be on YouTube. We have been on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page as well as the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page. The Hot Shot Secret feed is going to go away. Everybody needs to move over. They're trying to streamline everything to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We'll be on the YouTube page and the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook page. Nothing's going to be changing with the iPhone app, the Android app. All that's going to be the same. The feed, you can listen on Alexa and all that. Just eliminating the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. Got it? All right. Let's see. I think we got time for one more call here. I'm not sure who exactly we got on the line. Is that Gilligan?
Yeah,
all right, go figure.
Last call of the night.
It says GLA debt is what it is. I said that's got to be Gilligan.
Hey, I heard there Larry's call, and I'm not surprised at this day and age, even the judicial system's going after the police. It's a crying shame the judicial system is turned against their police officers before the criminals. Isn't that 180 degrees out of kilter?
Yep.
I mean, well, I got a new DA,
the wheat nominee, I just encountered a driver driving a Ryder truck and trailer. I was got a car getting on over here on 81. I moved over to the left lane to let them on. They cleared me about maybe a quarter mile past the entrance ramp. So I got over the right lane, and the truck in the right lane was probably a good quarter mile behind me. But he's flashed his lights. I guess he's mad because I got over the right lane. I shouldn't have got in the left lane and let that car on. Here's what made him really up. He pulled up beside me and shined the spotlight in my face. I mean, that's like Knuckle Buster said earlier. These drivers today have no respect for their fellow drivers. I'm trying to do the right thing, let the car on, but I guess I'm supposed to just slammed on the brakes. It's getting worse every night. Now, I'm gonna touch on a little bit on this if you got time about the illegal aliens. I've come up with this a couple years ago. A lot of them are coming in here. They're on welfare and stuff like that. But there's always that old bit that they're doing jobs Americans won't do. How many times have we heard that over the years? Many, many times, ain't we?
Absolutely.
So, well, what it is, Americans won't do them for the wages they pay the illegal aliens. Basically, these people want to keep them here more like slaves, just enough to keep them, barely enough to live on. The Democrat Party today, the only difference between them and the ones in the 1850s is who they're enslaving. You get right down to it. They want the ones that come in here on welfare, they're slaves to the state, And it's just amazing. I cannot understand why people can't see this. But, I'm one of them people that thinks for myself. Yep. Well,
I know there's a handful of jobs out there that, you're not going to find a young generation to go out and pick watermelons out in the field on a 95-degree day, those kind of things. All right, Gilligan, thank you much for the call. Real quick, I got an email from our old friend Possum. He said, woke up early this morning, tuned into the last 45 minutes or so. Today is moving day. Yeah, I got myself a nice one-bedroom apartment in Tip City, Ohio. My daughter and son-in-law coming in from Hamilton to help me clear out my storage unit. I'm going to steal Moose's short bus and take it all in one shot. And I'll send you some pictures of the new place when I get all settled in. But this bachelor living is for the birds. You'll never fully understand how hard it is to lose your spouse till it happens to you. But thank God I was fortunate enough to have good friends and family that's made the situation much easier than it could have been. Anyway, just made me some breakfast, and Bob Barker, a.k.a. Moose's killer corgi, is here to help me eat it. Okay. Good luck on the move today, Possum. Hope all goes well. And with that, we will close things out here on a Thursday morning. Hard to believe. Come back here tonight at the midnight hour. We're going to be rolling into Friday, headed into the weekend, final weekend, at least half a weekend for the month of July. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Have a great day. Be careful out there. Going to be a stormy day for many areas in the east. We'll see you back tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just live. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream